All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, all of them everywhere, and YouTube, and also, 97.3 HD2, another good way to find the show and listen to it here in crystal clear, high definition. If you like watching the show on YouTube, you'll see David Schoenfield, who's going to join us at 8:30 today, and back up his article, his yesterday, where he had a little trade proposal. And we'll dig into that here in a couple of minutes and some of the responses I got from you guys. Lyle, I'm starting with you today for a whole bunch of reasons. Lyle, I need Lyle on the mic there. Lyle, I got stuff for you today. It starts with the text line. Hi, good morning, Lyle.
What's up? This should be good.
There's a few things for you today. I'm laughing at this one because you're getting killed on the text line this morning. Well, really from last night. It surprised me. Man, Lyle looking silly with his favorable comments of Legumina over Vargas. Super glad he could come in and make sure the Mariners don't come back in that game. Wow. And then there's another one here. Please DFA Legumina. There's a bunch of Lyle stuff on here. Lyle, because Legumina didn't pitch well yesterday, are you now ready to give up on him forever?
Nope.
No, weird. But he didn't pitch well yesterday.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you give up on him?
Well, he had to face Aaron Judge and some other guys.
Just out of curiosity, will you also give up on Logan Gilbert after yesterday? He also didn't pitch well.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and also say no?
Okay, I'm just checking.
All right, yeah.
Sometimes people don't pitch well in one game, and so after that, generally you want to make sure you get rid of them, right?
Yeah, career's over.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, it was kind of like when Cal went 0 for 4 after practicing the Derby, and people said his season was ruined.
Right, yes. Okay, well, good. I'm glad you and I are on the same page, at least to start the day, because I'm a little worried about where we're going to go next here. I know we don't generally talk news on this show. There's a news station for that, right? It's our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio. And they spend a lot of time talking about the news. And maybe they're talking about this today. Maybe G. Scott's going to talk about this at 9 o'clock when he gets on after Seattle's morning news. I don't know. But there are two stories, and they represent bigger things that are both going on at the same time. And I'll admit, things like this keep me up at night sometimes. Do you know what a Luddite is? You ever heard that phrase, Luddite? No. A Luddite is somebody who fears technology, who fears change in technology. And to an extent, I am a Luddite. I admit it freely. I generally fear change. I carried a Yahoo email address forever and ever because I didn't like Google and Gmail, and I didn't like their interface. I'm willing to be a Luddite. I basically never had CDs. I kept tapes, cassette tapes, as long as I could until basically DVDs were invented. And then I bought a DVD player without ever owning a CD player.
You think Lyle knows what a cassette tape is?
No, of course not. But I'm telling the rest of the people out there. Lyle, I know you've seen Terminator 2, right? Because we made you watch that one, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Have you seen any of the Jurassic Park movies?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Okay, but you understand the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's just two stories in the news today. One, you've probably heard a lot about stuff like this, but here's just a version of it. Chatbots have wormed their way into everything. Phones, cars, TVs, offices. They're also in kids' classrooms. Microsoft and OpenAI announced yesterday they would spend millions on a new program that will train teachers to use artificial intelligence. It's part of a bigger push by tech companies to get their chatbots into schools. It goes on and on from there. So we're pushing AI into schools. We've seen Terminator, right? We've seen Terminator 2. We know, the AI thing and the how quickly it speeds everything up creeps the hell out of me. I'm sorry. I know I'm a Luddite. Maybe you use it at work. You love ChatGPT or one of the others, and it helps you do your PowerPoint faster. You don't have any fear that as this thing gets smarter and learns about itself, that eventually Cyberdyne Systems going to launch attacks on the humans? Because I do. Maybe I've seen that movie too many times. Now, here's the other one. Dire wolves, brought back from extinction, have more than doubled in size in just 6 months. That's the headline. The world's first revived dire wolves are growing up fast. The three of them, Romulus, Remus, and Khaleesi, are growing up very quickly. Romulus and Remus, a little over 6 months old, weigh a little more than 90 pounds, which is about 20% larger than a standard gray wolf. What? Guys, what are we doing? This is how you eventually get Jurassic Park. Am I crazy? Is this insane? Should I be talking about something else? If I should, fine. But I read these things and like, my God, what are we doing? Have we never watched movies from the 90s? Lyle, this is why I get on you. You have to watch these things or else you're doomed to repeat the crap that happens in movies, except you don't get Arnold Schwarzenegger coming back in time to help. You don't get, the various heroes from Jeff Goldblum coming in as a scientist to help.
I've seen Game of Thrones. I know what direwolves are.
Yeah, exactly. You want those roaming the streets?
Doesn't sound ideal, no.
No. We're going to need the direwolves to fight the robots. Fair enough, 206. Fair enough. Maybe that's the way it goes. I will say I am concerned. Anyway, here's a little more reason to be concerned. So we spent some time yesterday on this David Schoenfield trade proposal, right? Where he has the Mariners giving up half of their farm system plus Bryce Miller in order to get Ronald Acuna Jr. I'm in, by the way. I thought it was great. I'm in. I thought it was great. It's Colt Emerson, Laz Montez, Harry Ford, and Brandon Garcia, plus Bryce Miller to get back Ronald Acuna. I say yes, I'm in. About 64% of you agree, 36% don't. But I enjoyed a lot of the comments that I received of Lyle. This is why the other reason I wanted you involved this morning. I thought you would like some of these comments, and maybe you would have some response to them, as did I. On the idea of bringing in Bregman, because that was in my column yesterday. Can we honestly be okay with bringing a cheater like Bregman to Seattle? I get he's a solid player, but we boo him each time he's up to bat, and for good reason. Not willing to put that aside. I can't bring an Astro to Seattle. I'm fully on board with that Acuna trade, though.
Oh, good. So you're not serious about winning, then?
That's my take on it. You bring in the best players. And, I appreciate that there's a lot of anger at the Astros and that there was a rivalry and they knocked the Mariners out of the playoffs. But this isn't like a century-old rivalry between two teams that hate each other. That's not what this is. That's just, that's petty.
Didn't Yankees fans grow to love Johnny Damon eventually?
I would assume they did, yeah. I don't know. I don't talk to Yankees fans. They're dirty and disgusting. But I would imagine at some point they start to like Roger Clemens or Johnny Damon or whatever.
Oh, Clemens is a way better example, yeah.
Sadly, you must first deduct about a 25% for all of Acuna's projected offensive stats as a mandatory Mariner uniform curse / Safeco field tax. Then decide what value those new stats are worth in a trade. Okay, fair point. You might have to deduct a percentage for T-Mobile. I don't know about the Mariner uniform curse, but okay, fine. The problem is, if that's true, don't you have to also deduct that from the other guys that you're planning to bring up one day? If the guys you trade for are instantly going to turn bad by being here, won't that also happen to Colt Emerson and Laz Montez? So that one doesn't work for me.
Also, isn't this what WRC Plus is for? It's park adjusted?
Yes.
And Acuna's at 200 or whatever it is right now?
Yes, that's all true. Salk, I'd rather swap Arroyo in and keep out Emerson. Well, yeah, no kidding. You'd rather keep the better player and move on from the player not as highly ranked? Well, yeah. But, if you want a player like Acuna, it's going to hurt. It's got to hurt because he's, on a Hall of Fame trajectory. He won an MVP 2 years ago. We're not talking about a, jag, just another guy. Oh, my God. Why not trade for Luis Robert? Probably get him for less. Well, yeah, because he's not good. Yes, you could get him for less. A bag of balls, perhaps.
Those are the kind of trades that everyone complains that they make every year.
Unbelievable. And then this one, I don't know, this one bugged me as well. I am pessimistic that ownership will be willing to make a serious push. Last year, the starting rotation was better, and they didn't do much. They traded for Randy Arozarena, Justin Turner, and Jimmy Garcia. Stop. They did do much at the deadline last year. Heck, they did a whole lot more at the deadline than they did during the offseason. I'm happy to criticize when people need to. but you can't criticize on things that are factually inaccurate. Did a better bat move at the deadline last year than Randy Arozarena? I don't remember one. Those might have been the top 2 bats that moved before the deadline last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can say about last year's deadline. They got the best bat on the market last year.
And Justin Turner. I mean, like, they did a good job, and they got a legit reliever. The guy got hurt, which stinks, but, like, yeah, I can't criticize them for that. So, look, there are valid reasons to say you don't do it. The biggest reason for me on Acuna is the injury history. I think that's fair. If you're that concerned that the injuries are going to be a significant problem for him or are going to keep him from running the way he did in his MVP season, I'm with you. Then there's some real conversation to be had there. But if your point is you'd rather trade for Luis Robert because he doesn't cost as much, well, there's a very, very, very good reason for that.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
How do you foresee this rotation shaping out before the All-Star break?
I certainly don't think that's the last we will see of Emerson Hancock this season. I will be interested to see if Logan Evans can make a push to replace him at some point, how they kind of go back and forth between both of those guys. I think from a workload standpoint, I have to imagine they want to be a little bit more careful with Evans.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast, free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Yankees are not the Pirates. They made that pretty clear yesterday after a mid-game rain delay. Stanton, Wells, Judge all hit home runs to right field. Chisholm came close as well. Here was the big one.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, crushed, high, deep, right field. Canzone back, looking up. It is gone. Giancarlo Stanton, a 3-run home run, his second homer of the season. And the Yankees now lead 4-0 over the Mariners.
Yeah, before you knew it, 4-0 turned into 10-0, and it was essentially over. Credit to the bats. They continued to put up, some decent at-bats, I thought. Scored a couple of runs late, but obviously not nearly enough. The big issue was Logan Gilbert, right? He pitched really, really well before the rain delay, comes back after the rain delay, and was not the same.
Throwing plyos in the wall and throwing in the cage. Threw some pitches in there, so just trying to stay warm, and it's nothing. It's not really my job. My job is just to throw, not worry about how long it is or any of that stuff.
It's an interesting comment. Not sure exactly what's running through Logan's mind there, but yeah, he was obviously not the same pitcher when he returned. He looked dominant before that against a very good Yankees lineup. Is it that they had a chance to see him again and start to make some adjustments? Did he get tired? Was he not the same pitcher after the delay? I don't know, but things did not work out favorably for him afterwards. They do have 2 more in the Bronx. We'll see what happens with the weather. Rain expected really both days. Logan Evans today, and he's supposed to pitch against a rookie making his debut. Cam Schlittler is set to make his major league debut, and I'm going to try to say that name as few times as possible today. Astros lose in a wild one, came back late, only to have Josh Hader give up a grand slam to Angel Martinez in the 10th. Martinez had just 5 all year, but he took Hader deep, and so the deficit is still 6.5.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the Yankees got the better of the Mariners in Game 1, but what about the individual battle of Judge versus Cal? Well, both had solo home runs, though clearly Judge's was a little more instrumental in putting the game away. Cal did crush number 36, though.
Here's the stretch by
Hartley banned the pitch. Swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh. His 36th home run of the season. He now surpasses Mike Piazza for the most home runs by a major league catcher with 129 in his first 5 years in the big leagues. Holy smokes. Cal goes deep, Judge goes deep, and the Mariners have 2 runs in here in the top of the 8th inning. Holy moly. And it's now the Mariners trailing by 7, 10-3, and Cal Raleigh just continues to make history, folks.
Yeah, I mean, pretty amazing, right? He passes Jr. on the Mariner list of home runs before the All-Star break with 36. 3 more to tie Barry Bonds for the pre-All-Star break record. That would be pretty amazing. He's got 5 games to do it. And he's on pace for 64 home runs still this year, by the way. Only needs 12 more to tie Salvi Perez for the catcher record.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
ESPN's top 10 edge rushers released this morning, and as expected, there were 0 Seahawks on it. Heck, none of the 21 players mentioned were Seahawks. Here you go. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson at number 6, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Jared Verse. Look, the Jared Verse one is the one that hurts, right? I mean, like, yeah, I'll keep talking about the need for a guy like Trey Hendrickson. I would love to see them do that. But you could have had Jared Verse, right? He was available. You took Byron Murphy instead. Maybe that will turn out to be better in the long run. But Jared Verse is really, really good. This sound from Teron Armstead about why he retired is pretty awesome.
I ain't putting the helmet back on. Give me the top 3 guys' reasons why.
That's a good question.
You ain't putting the helmet back on.
No lie. Okay. I'm going to say number 1, he was a rookie from the Rams. That young boy, Jerry Verse, I'm cool. I'm good. I never got to see that man again. I'm all right with I'm okay with that. Never seeing that young man again in my life. Bull Rush different. Dog, it's different. You know that it's coming. You brace yourself. He's different. Jerry Verse is different. He will be a defensive player of the year one of these days.
Wow.
Look, seeing him on that list hurts, obviously, but you'd be fine with it if Mafe or Hall were on the list, right? It's not so much that Jared Verse is there. It's okay for other teams to have good players, even ones that you passed on. You just want the guys that you've selected and bet on to get there. Huge year for both Mafe and Hall to try to get somewhere near the top of the league. That is everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We've been talking through a whole bunch of trade scenarios as the deadline is, just over 3 weeks away. And so that chatter is going to continue to heat up. We spent some of our time with Jeff Passan yesterday doing exactly that. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
In 1979, the first words spoken on ESPN weren't just an announcement.
If you're a fan,
they were a sports prophecy.
What you'll see in the next minutes, hours, and days to follow.
Glad you're with us tonight.
May convince you you've gone to sports heaven. And right now, you're standing on the edge of tomorrow.
This fall, the next era of ESPN begins. Sports Forever.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kid kind.
The perfect night out this summer is under the stars at the drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films, cool cars, and unforgettable memories, all from the comfort of your own ride at the LeMay America's Car Museum Movie Nights. Bring the kids, pack snacks, and tune in for fun. The next showing is Transformers on July 27th. LeMay Drive-In Movies, where the big screen meets the open road. Space is limited, so reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got some fun stuff for you today, Brock. Got a little game for you that I created. And then I stole earlier. I stole from Wyman and Bob a little What If Wednesday on a Tuesday.
What?
Yeah, but it was worth it, and I think you'll enjoy this question. This one's right up your alley.
Did you ask Lefko if you could do that?
No, I credited. I feel like that's
you know, ask him about Wimbledon.
I gave a
Strawberries and
footnote.
cream over there?
There was a footnote. I footnoted the whole thing.
All right.
Jeff Passan joining us now a little bit early today. Sorry about that. Generally Jeff at 8:30, but we got Jeff a little early. Good morning, sir. How are you?
My kid's got a doctor's appointment. Like, you know, as much as I'm sure Village Pediatrics would love me doing Brock and Salk from their waiting room.
Probably would.
It's probably not the best. No, they probably wouldn't. Probably wouldn't.
Isn't your kid like 19 years old? They're still going to a pediatrician?
The younger one too. He's 13.
Okay, 13.
Salk.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Know his family.
Well, Jeff always calls them my boy, my child. So at first you think they're like 8 years old, but then you realize they're actually a lot older than that. Jeff, let's we'll talk some baseball right off the bat. Let's start with Cal because he's obviously the story, and he's gonna hit in the Derby. Any suggestions for Cal in the Derby?
Hit the ball over the fence.
You haven't done like a full Derby study on how to win the Derby?
Well, no catcher's ever won the Derby.
Yeah.
He'd be the first to do that.
How about hitting, the switch hitting thing? Like there's some real questions for Cal here.
I know we've seen it with a switch hitting catcher. In fact, and Adley Rutschman absolutely went off, and I believe still didn't advance or maybe advanced one round. When it comes to the home run derby, I think there's quite a bit of luck involved. Like, are you feeling it that day or not? Is your swing grooved or not? And it's going to be interesting for me to see, okay, does he go right-handed, take a timeout, and then go left-handed? Does he go right-handed a full round and then left-handed the next round? During BP, is he feeling one of the swings a little bit more than the other and decides to go with a hot hand? I think here would be my advice for Cal Raleigh. Just have fun. This is such a cool thing to be in the Derby, and I've seen guys psych themselves out, not because of the pressure, but because they just, they're competitors and they want to do well, and they wind up overexerting themselves and blowing themselves out early. So I think the advice, if I had any, would be to hydrate and pace yourself.
How big a deal are these next three in New York against Aaron Judge?
I think it's how big of a deal are the next six, right? Because if you're the Mariners, don't you look at this like this is our potential division series and LCS matchup? Like these are potentially the two best teams in the American League besides us. And the Astros have certainly worked themselves into the mix, and the Blue Jays have been fantastic and are on an absolute heater lately and look like a very good team. But I think the M's, if you look at where they're at right now, 6 games over 500, coming off a literal series shutout against the Pirates, they're feeling themselves a little.
I think that's all totally fair collectively. I guess I am just individually for Cal Raleigh, for Aaron Judge, for New York, for a market in Seattle where, let's face it, when they play the late game windows and it's first pitch 11 o'clock on the East Coast, how many writers, how many baseball voters, how many of those guys are watching this versus, all right, here we go. Here's 3, right, wrong, or indifferent. Here's 3 against Aaron Judge in his park for these two that, as Salk said, have really delineated himself in the MVP conversation.
I see what you're saying. In that respect, as a former MVP voter, I never really looked at individual series, particularly series in July, as being some sort of some sort of thing that I took into account. So that's me. Maybe other voters are different. I just think it's cool that the two of them are going to be playing against each other, and we're going to see the two powerhouses of the sport in 2025 go head to head, where their teams are in very similar positions. Actually, I talked with Cal earlier this week and brought up Aaron Judge, and it was very interesting to see what his perspective is on Judge and the sort of the reverence that people around the sport have, not for just Judge as this unbeatable player, but Judge as a person and Judge as a leader, and how Cal Raleigh is embracing that role more this year than he has in the past, and is taking cues from how Aaron Judge does conduct himself inside of the clubhouse and with his teammates. I think he looks at him, I want to be like Aaron Judge as a player, sure, but every bit as important for the role that I have now with the Seattle Mariners, I want to be like him as a person too.
I went to the game last Thursday and saw your beloved Royals there. Who's the manager of the Royals?
Number one, they're not my beloved Royals,
please.
but I know. I
kidding.
say the same to you.
I know. Who's the manager of that team?
Matt Quatraro.
What he I don't understand him. It worked out for him, but he's got a 1-run lead. He's got men on second and third in the ninth with 2 outs and Cal Raleigh up, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll pitch to him." What am I missing? In what world would you pitch to Cal Raleigh in that spot?
The one where you get him out.
I mean, it worked, but gosh, I was at the game. I was like, well, clearly they're going to walk. I was already thinking about what the matchup would look like with the Rosarena, and who, by the way, is hot also. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I'm just surprised when anybody pitches in a big spot to guys like Cal or Judge or Ohtani or any of these guys at this point. Just if you have an opportunity to don't do it.
You know what I think it is, and I don't have the data of that particular matchup in front of me, but there are a lot of times where you'll have like a sheet if you're a manager, and on one side will be your pitchers, like in the up-down column, and going across will be their hitters. And there will be, it's almost color-coded, right? Like the intersection, and who was pitching there? Was it Carlos Estevez?
Yep.
Okay. I am guessing the color where Carlos Estevez and Cal Raleigh met was red. Like, yeah, you can go get him. Like, he's susceptible. He's vulnerable. This is a good matchup. And you gotta trust your people sometimes. At the same time, you also have to acknowledge the situation. And I listen, I'm with you. I probably would have walked him too, but sometimes there are numbers that we are not privy to that make those decisions make some more sense. So I'm not going to sit here and say, "What's this guy doing? Is he an idiot?" And no,
let's all do that.
Yeah, I did that. Well, so let me ask you this. So while I was at that game, I was there with my kids, and my youngest is 11. She's getting pretty into baseball, watching with me every night. And one of the really fun parts of taking her to the game was just talking through all of those scenarios with her, like, hey, if they do this, they're going to do that. Hey, this is a really big at bat with Julio because if they get him up, if Julio gets on, then they got to face Cal here in the 7th. Otherwise, Cal might not come up again. So we're kind of going through all of that, and I was realizing that is one of, if not my very favorite part of baseball. And as I was thinking about talking to you today, I don't know that I've ever asked you, what is your favorite part of baseball? What is your favorite thing about this game?
That every time I go to the ballpark, I see something different. And I love that baseball is a gift that you can open and you never know what's going to be inside. And I suppose that you can say the same thing about all sports. And so maybe that's more of a general sports take than baseball, but I think baseball gives you so many different permutations and so many different possibilities of what's going to happen during any given game, that the wide variance of outcomes and the fact that I truly can't predict what's going to happen in the game to any extent. Like in football, you have a decent sense of how things are going to turn out. And maybe there's scheming and strategy that's involved that mitigates some of those things, but I know if Patrick Mahomes is going against the defense, he's usually going to be on the positive side of it. In the NBA, it's a very star-driven game. The ball is in the hands of the stars far more often than it is everybody else on the team. So you know that offense is going to flow through them, and that's going to be, that's going to dictate who wins the game, how your stars play. In baseball, it's anyone. In baseball, Miles Mastrobuoni can have a ridiculous week, or Donovan Solano can carry a team. And I just love that about the game, that it is so unpredictable, and it always leaves me satisfied.
Well, you said to us last week, is you prep for this segment every single week. One of the things you do is go to that Baseball Savant page and you dig into one Julio Rodriguez. And he may be the king of permutations in 2025 because every week, as you said to us last week, is kind of a different sample size. And this homestand was not a good one for him. I think he was 2 for 27. He had, a nice double against Skeens, but that was about it once again. So as we dig into the Julio Rodriguez week-to-week conversation, what stands out now?
Well, he's an all-star, and I appreciate that somebody's defensive contributions can be recognized as his were. But, Brock, I also want to just say I don't look at one-week samples as being indicative of a whole lot other than how somebody is feeling at a particular time. And I'm much more interested in how Julio Rodriguez fares this week because these are the players and these are the pitchers he's going to be seeing in the postseason, right? Like this is the kind of week where if Julio Rodriguez steps up and has some big games, it makes you Mariners fan feel a lot better because that's what you want to see. You want to see when it's prime time, how is this guy going to handle it? How is he going to react? What is he going to be? And we know he wants to be the guy. We know he wants to be in the center of everything, but we need to see it. Show us what you got.
We are, 24 days away, something like that, from the trade deadline. So there's sort of two different types of conversations, I think, around the trade deadline. There's the guys that are most likely going to get moved, and then there's the dare to dream conversation. So let me put these three names in the dream conversation, a 10% chance or less that they get dealt, let alone to the Mariners. But Joel Sherman brought up Acuna and then put the Mariners in the conversation. So I'll ask you, what would it take, besides everything, to get the Braves to trade Acuna?
Oh, boy. I don't think it's going to happen. And here's the thing. I found Joel's argument to be about as compelling as an argument you can make to trade a superstar. But you don't trade guys like that. You just don't. You especially don't trade guys like that who are signed to well under market contracts. So I don't think that's a reality. But what would it take? Colt Emerson, Johnny Farmelo, Durangelo St. John, and Ryan Sloan.
I'd make that deal.
That's it.
Sold.
Would you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And if they wanted closer to major league pitching, take Bryce Miller instead of one of the other two pitchers. To put Ronald Acuna on this team, pair him with Julio and Cal and Randy. I mean, yeah, absolutely, I would do that. And you'd get him for 4 playoff runs for 3.5 years at $17 million apiece. Yeah, where do I sign up for that? Absolutely, 100% yes.
All right. I might be light on that, by the way. This is not going to happen, so I haven't even thought about it. But
all right, well, let me give you.
In my head, that's where it was.
How about Matt Olson and how about Alex Bregman?
No, and no. I don't think either is going to move. And Bregman, I could have seen. Bregman, I could see more than Olson. I just have a hard time believing the Braves are going to trade a first baseman who's signed for a pretty reasonable deal, like $21 million a year. Hometown kid who, they didn't give up a whole lot in hindsight to go get him. But he's a really good player, and the Braves want to keep winning, even though even though they haven't for 2 years right now. You're an objectively worse team without Matt Olson than you are with him. And as much as their farm system needs an infusion of talent, I just don't see Alex Anthopoulos moving any of his core guys at this point.
Do baseball GMs react in any way similar to NFL GMs in this sense, Jeff? As you're having this conversation, I'm kind of just thinking out loud of, wasn't it just this week that Rizzo was fired in Washington? That you looked at that trade of Soto and it was like, oh, look at the haul it brought back and look at all these amazing pieces. And some of them are doing great things, right, at the major league level, but yet my job just got terminated, right, even though I supposedly made a home run kind of move. Do those circumstances in any way impact the Braves, impact these teams that may be looking at it going, geez, should I do this? Should I reset it? Because even if I win this trade, maybe a couple years from now, I don't have job security, even if these guys are playing, because this isn't the best thing. Do they look at their peers in the major league level as much as it feels like they do at the NFL level? If that makes any sense?
Yeah, I think they absolutely look at the haul that the Nationals got in the Juan Soto trade and say to themselves, well, that's kind of interesting. It's the same way that with the Mark Teixeira trade in Texas, it wasn't quite the same in the end, but at the time getting Elvis Andrews and a bunch of others, that was seen as something of a coup. Not like this. I mean, James Wood, I don't know how many guys under 23 I would put in the Hall of Fame, but I think James Wood, if he stays healthy, is going to be a Hall of Famer. Like that's how good the power is. Like, he is a spectacularly talented hitter. And Mackenzie Gore is second behind Zach Wheeler in the National League in strikeouts. And C.J. Abrams has the best offensive season so far of any shortstop in the National League. One of those in the deal, you did okay. Two of those is a bonanza, and three is an all-timer. And we're not even talking about Robert Hassel, who's going to be a fourth outfielder in the big leagues, and Harlan Susana, who's throwing 102 at Double-A at like 20 years old. So they did well, and other teams look at it like we could do well too. But I mean, then you look at the Mookie Betts trade. Oops. And then you look, and then you look at other trades. I don't know if the Rafael Devers trade is going to be like that, but you don't see stars move often for a reason. It's because they just cannot match up on that talent. And in that situation with the Padres and the Nationals, the Padres were desperate, and AJ Preller loves stars, and he was going to get one for 2 playoff runs, and it was worth it because they thought that they could continue building their farm system. Their farm system right now, though, is not good. They've got Leo DeVries and Ethan Salas, and beyond that, there's not a whole lot. And because of that, the Padres' future doesn't look quite as bright as it would have if they had, Jackson Merrill and James Wood teaming up side by side.
You, Jeff, you mentioned the series shutout of the Pirates. It was pretty remarkable to watch. It wasn't even just that they didn't give up a run. The Pirates essentially didn't even threaten to score a run in the 3-game series. And the time through before that, you look at the other 2 guys in the rotation right now. Logan Evans went 5 2/3, didn't allow a run. Logan Gilbert had the worst start of the 5. He allowed 1 run in his last start. So they went through a full turn in the rotation. I know Hancock was in there at the time, but the 5 guys currently in the rotation gave up 1 run total in their last start. What are we looking at right now with this rotation, and what could it look like for the next 3 months to finish this up?
What we're looking at is it's not quite the rotation that everybody envisioned when we were looking at the best case scenario for the Seattle Mariners in 2025, but I mean, it's pretty close. And it shows you when you have starting pitching like this, you can go and dominate series. And to me, the takeaway I have from this, the Pittsburgh Pirates lineup is awful, just top to bottom, really, really bad. So there's that part of it. But at the same time, you got to go out and execute your pitches. The Pirates roster isn't so bad that if you leave a middle fastball, it's going to get hit. Like they're talented enough to do that still. What this shows me is that the Mariners starting rotation right now, especially, is feeling good and feeling healthy and feeling right. And considering where we were, 6 weeks ago, where there were questions about Kirby, where there are questions about Gilbert, what are the Mariners going to get from them this year? This has to make you feel really good about not just the present, but what those next 3 months hold. And that if they stay healthy, this could be a special run from this team.
Jeffrey, this will be the last time we talk to you before the draft on Sunday. The Mariners have a pretty premium pick at number 3. Are you hearing any whispers, any hints, any ideas of how that could fall 1, 2, 3 on Sunday?
Oh, I'm glad you framed it that way, because everything the Mariners do depends on what happens in front of them. They have a bunch of different routes that they could take. They could go college starter, and if Cade Anderson drops to the number 3 pick, would not surprise me if the Mariners took him. Liam Doyle from Tennessee with a huge fastball left-handed in the mix too. And if you go college starter, it's almost trying to mitigate against another of those starters who's closer to free agency potentially leaving. Which nobody wants to hear, but that's a reality. That's how you have to plan. They could go with Ivo Arquette, a giant shortstop from Oregon State, who has put up numbers throughout his career. They could go with Seth Hernandez, a right-handed pitcher from Corona High in Los Angeles, who's might be the most talented player in the draft. They could go with Ethan Holliday, Matt Holliday's kid, who, I think he was going to go with the first overall pick before the Nationals fired Mike Rizzo. Now that's a little bit more in question. They could go with Eli Willits, Reggie Willits' son, or Billy Carlson, who's Seth Hernandez's teammate at Corona, both high school shortstops, or JoJo Parker. They could go under slot. They could spend more money later in the draft. They could go over. I mean, the world is the Mariners' oyster right now.
What's the home run? What's the home run? What is the very best case scenario for them?
Cade Anderson drops to 3.
Yeah. Yep. If that doesn't happen, then what? What's the second best?
I don't know that there is a second best.
That was Jeff Passan, who joins us, of course, every Tuesday. I should note, Jeff is otherwise occupied at the All-Star break next week. So he's going to join us Wednesday, I believe, at 8:30. So a day later next week, he's got BBWA meetings, the Baseball Writers Association. So he will meet with them during our time, and we'll have Jeff a day late next week. But that's fine. We'll be able to break down all the All-Star festivities with him and all that. A lot of grumpy folks today. Moore was just pointing out grumpy text line. Everybody's grumpy. Is it because the weather's kind of lousy here today? Is it because of the 10-3 loss in New York? Why so grumpy this morning? Let us know. I'm kind of curious. What's the root cause of the grumpiness? 866-979-3776. Every time I have something negative to say, everybody says, "Oh, why is Salk so grumpy today? What, who did what in your Cheerios this morning?" Well, I feel good. I'm not grumpy. I mean, I'm a little concerned about the impending doom with the direwolves taking over and AI eventually going to launch nukes against us or whatever. But besides that, I'm in a good mood. What's up with you guys today? Brock's in next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This summer, the Mariners take over Atlanta with the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner. Ryan Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row.
Julio
Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the big jumper.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4. From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22-pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast, free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hey, everybody's grumpy this morning, Brock. The whole text line, everyone's grumpy out there today. How are you doing?
10-0. It's 10-0 in the Bronx last night.
I know.
Why do you think people are grumpy?
Well, I mean, 10-3 when it was all said and done.
You get a
Cal
day
hit a
off.
home run.
Well, whatever. It's 10-0. They're thumping you. You got those New Yorkers to deal with. Why do you think people are grumpy this morning?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Lyle didn't even say hello to me. Hello, Lyle.
Well,
Hello,
he's
Lyle.
busy. He's working over there. Lyle's got a lot going on today. I've been all over Lyle already this morning.
He's training back here.
Yeah, he's training Stephanie. He's doing a good job back there today. You got to
Excuse me?
Yeah, he's training Stephanie, who people can see right now. Lyle and Stephanie are there if you're watching on YouTube or wherever you like to watch the show. And he's training her a little bit today on the board. So he's busy, man. He doesn't have time to say hello to you.
Guess not. I guess not. Can I just pay off Passan, though, by the way, just listening to Jeffrey there at the very end of it, when you asked him the very simple question of why do you love this game still?
Yeah.
And it's different for everybody. And I know for you love all the machinations and all the decisions, as you said, that lead to another decision and the impact it has, short-term, long-term. It's just phenomenal like that. It's why you were a board game czar. It's why you loved board games growing up the way you did.
Did not.
Actually, did not love board games.
That does not describe me.
What did Jeff Passan say right there? Because any given day, almost a Tim Kirkjian, right? You see something that you've never seen before. Well, did you see the sport of baseball last night?
Yeah.
First time in the history of this game that a game started with an inside the park home run, Lawrence Butler there with the A's, and it ended with a catcher with the Giants closing it out on an inside the park home run. Never in the history of this game did a game start somewhere with an in the park home run and end with an in the park home run.
Inside the park walk-off is a truly amazing thing. Like, did you ever, I guess there was one a few years ago, like 10 years ago or 9 years ago there was one, but I did not remember it. I thought this was incredible. So I played that. I had more roll that in this morning because I had listened to it, and I searched for other calls because it's hard to hear the play-by-play guys in that call. That was the only one I could find. I think it was just that freaking loud in the stadium that you couldn't hear anything.
That level of insanity. It's like a trick play. It's like a flea flicker, right? It's just like, oh my gosh.
It's like a flea flicker for the win.
Music City Miracle.
Yes.
Right? It is Frank Wycheck, Music City Miracle. Is this happening before my eyes? Yes, it is.
Well, maybe if we were in San Francisco today, we wouldn't be so grumpy. But everyone out there seems to be a little grumpy. And maybe it is just seeing the Mariners take one on the chin last night. I mean, again, it's one game, so I don't know how bent out of shape you can get. They were coming off a 5-2 homestand where they played some really good ball. And, Logan looked great at the beginning of the game. He comes out for the first 4 innings, and he's dominant. He goes and sits down for a little while.
Were you a little surprised that he came back in? Were you a little bit surprised, with just the ups and the downs?
I don't know. I didn't have a read one way or another.
I was a little surprised just because the inning load and inning eating this year has not been there quite yet for Logan.
Yeah.
And I know it's the first of 6 games, and we talked about how important that first one is and just kind of can set the tone both, and most importantly from your bullpen usage. So I totally understand why the first one out, you want to try to get him to 5, 6, 7 innings, set the table at 0-0 at that point. So I'm not in any way disparaging the decision just with some of the elbow and the injury and everything else, and big guy, I would not have been surprised had he been pulled.
No, I don't think anybody would have been either. I mean, it was. I had no idea which direction that would go because we're not in there. We're not talking to him. We're not. We don't know how long he can do. They have to know all that stuff. 100%. Here was what Logan said afterwards.
Throwing plyos in the wall and throwing in the cage. Threw some pitches in there. So just trying to stay warm, and it's nothing. It's not really my job. My job is just to throw, not worry about how long it is or any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you could take
and their
that.
Guy stayed, and it was a
way.
hot night as well, right? I mean, it wasn't like it was a cool, wet, just cold night in Cleveland in April. Probably a different decision. It's a muggy, hot night, and again, their guy stayed in. He is built up. As he said right there, there's no excuses. There's no explanations. I got to stay loose. Did my plyos, stayed warm, and unfortunately came out and it just didn't have it.
But there's no doubt that what you saw from him before the delay versus after the delay was night and day difference. I mean, he was filthy beforehand. The Yankees weren't doing much of anything. In fact, the Mariners had more hits off of Warren, who is really, really tough on right-handers. He's gettable from lefties. And, at that point, heading into the rain delay, you're like, yeah, the Mariners are right there with the Yankees. I don't know who's going to win this game. It's two good teams getting after each other.
In fact,
and
you have
then
the guy up you want. You have JP with a 2-1 count, first and third, and he sprays one in the gap, and you go up 2-0. Who knows what happens in the fifth inning and beyond? Unfortunately, you get out, and they gain some momentum, and that is a pretty daunting lineup, by the way.
Of course.
As you texted, that's not the Pittsburgh Pirates lineup. That's pretty
It's a little different.
Good.
I mean, when you got to go through Judge and you got to go through Stanton, you got to go through Goldschmidt, and you got to go through who am I? I mean, the rest of them. It's a good lineup.
Bellinger and Volpe. And
like they're better players than what you saw with Kansas City and certainly with Pittsburgh over the course of the homestand. And yeah, there's a little. What did I send you? The old Soul to Soul song. Back to life. Back to reality. Yeah. So there's a little of that, right? Like you're probably not going to shut the Yankees out over a full series the way you did with the Pirates. But I'm not freaking out about yesterday because I think that's kind of. A weird situation, and you got to see what happens now.
All right, and how about the battle within the battle? How about the mano y mano? How about the Judge and Cal Raleigh? How about Judge hits a home run and Judge does his thing, and how about Cal says, "Not so fast, my friend."
Yeah.
And I'm going to pass old Ken Griffey Jr. and have very few in the history of this game that I'm looking up to. And with 5 games left to go, in the rhythm that he's been in, would it shock you today and tomorrow that he's going to face a rookie pitcher in his first allowed? He makes a mistake today. Here comes number 37, number 38. We just keep tallying them up.
Could certainly happen. I mean, 39 gets him to Bonds before the All-Star break. Now, again, that's sort of a made-up stat. Like, it's not like people keep records. Like, they do, but they don't, right? Like, Baseball Reference will tell you who has the most home runs at the All-Star break, but that's not hitting 64, which is what he's on pace for right now. And Cal knows that. He talked about it last night, how you gotta do it over the course of an entire season. It's not just, where he's at right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're still only a little over halfway, so we still got a long way to go. But, I didn't. Never really popped up in my mind before. So,
with every home run, do you just kind of say, "Huh, intrigue"? Huh, intrigue.
No, I don't. It's not how it works.
Oh, another ball leaves the yard.
No.
That's intriguing.
No, that's definitely not. I mean, I do chuckle, that's for sure.
There's a little.
I feel like
there's intrigue.
I feel like I kind of went over this already this week. I don't know why you now need to bring that up. I kind of did this on Monday.
Why? Because I'm a middle child.
Yeah, but that's a level of instigation that's very unnecessary. I feel like I kind of went through it, laughed about it.
I do. Like with every home run, I'm like, how intriguing. Is it going to get to 48? Huh? The level of intrigue.
So is that how you watch? So you're like my daughter. You watch these games just to prove me wrong? Like that's your version of watching Mariner baseball?
I don't know. Me and about 500,000 of our listeners in the Puget Sound region.
Well, they're all grumpy today. I told you, everyone is everyone's upset. We can get back to this at 8. I was reading some of the responses on trade possibilities. We're going to talk to David Schoenfield at 8:30. He's the one who proposed this mock trade.
There was a lot of activity, a lot of impressions on that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Of
Well,
yours.
I'll read you some of the responses, man. Some of them are objectively, like I said about my Cal take, objectively hilarious. Not in a good way. We'll do that coming up. Moore's going to take us around the NFL with talk about hilarious. There are 2 or 3 takes in this NFL, around the NFL segment, that I promise you will chuckle at. It's all coming up. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith, is here with us. Aaron, are you running out of things to say about Cal Raleigh?
It is a really fun struggle to have to try to frame his season in the proper context and to try to really present, truly at this point, as you know, historical examples for how one-of-a-kind this season is becoming for Cal Raleigh.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Well, on this Wednesday morning, Big Brother's birthday out there. Happy birthday, Damon. On this little Wednesday morning, do you find yourself in a situation that maybe after the 4th, school around the corner, it's time to take care of some business, time to take care of some accounting, some financing, and maybe your house was a little bit like my house and my parents' house and many of my friends' house, and that is I have got to get my insurance in order. It's so stressful. It's so confusing. My rates are going up. I don't know what I've got covered. Then you need to do what Molly and I did and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories over the years. It saved people so much money. I am so thankful we decided to do it. Not only has it saved us legitimately thousands on our premiums, we know exactly what we've got covered. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for decades to find you and your family the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion in your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids.
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The perfect night out this summer is under the stars at the drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films, cool cars, and unforgettable memories, all from the comfort of your own ride at the LeMay America's Car Museum Movie Nights. Bring the kids, pack snacks, and tune in for fun. The next showing is Transformers on July 27th. LeMay Drive-In Movies, where the big screen meets the open road. Space is limited, so reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it was fun to shut out the Pirates and play that offense every day. The Yankees are not the Pirates, and after mid-game rain delay, they made it very clear yesterday. Giancarlo Stanton going deep, Austin Wells going deep, this guy too.
Here comes the 3-1 to Judge. Swung on a hit high, deep to right field. Back, looking up at the wall. Morlick makes a leap. It is gone. Aaron Judge has gone yard. Number 34 on the season just sneaks it over the right field wall. It's now 7-0 Yankees.
Oh, but that right field wall so far away from home. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's a little Mickey Mouse home run for Aaron Judge, but it counts either way. That made it 7-0. They got it to 10-0. Pretty much over. But credit to the Mariners. They kind of, they put together some decent at-bats later, scored 3 runs, but it was a tough one, obviously, for them. Logan Gilbert was very good before the rain delay. He was not very good after the rain delay. Here was Dan Wilson.
He did a really good job of staying loose. We knew it was going to be short, and so stay as loose as he could. And I thought did the best that he could in terms of that, and came out and he threw the ball well.
Well, not afterwards, he didn't. I mean, he threw the ball very well first. Actually, it wasn't even that bad in the next inning. He could have gotten out of that next inning without giving up a run. Cole Young couldn't quite make the play. But the inning after that, it just got away from him.
Yep. And, we played the sound earlier of Logan. I think a reminder, and he said this, and Lyle said it to us during the break. It takes Walter a little time to come off emotionally. And I think when you're in New York and the start of the final couple series and one of your last starts before the All-Star break, you'd like to help your team. Mm-hmm. And I think you hear some frustration there from Logan very clearly. Didn't do his job. Let's kind of hope maybe that 8th and 9th inning gives the bats a little bit of momentum, because at that point, Salk, it was 1 run versus Pittsburgh. It was 1 run versus Pittsburgh. It was 0 runs through the first 6 + 7 innings. So let's hope maybe that offense awoke at the end
and
of
it was
the game.
nice to do that against non-leverage relievers late. I don't know what to expect today. Logan Evans on the hill against a rookie making his debut, Cam Schlittler. I'm going to probably pause before I say that name every time.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Nah, I said it once. You're going to get it as few times.
Art Schlichter's son?
His name is Cam Schlittler from Walpole, Mass. Set to make his major league debut today. They got 2 more in the Bronx today and tomorrow.
I'm thankful for with Haley, Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Yeah, that's easy.
Not Mr. and Mrs. What do you say?
I'm not saying it again. Astros do lose, though, yesterday, so they don't gain any ground. Looked like they were going to win. Came back late from a 2-run deficit, and then they get to the 10th, and Josh Hader gives up a grand slam with 2 outs. Wow, to Angel Martinez, of all people, who had just 5 all year. So the Astros lose.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, you mentioned the game within the game, Brock. We played you the Aaron Judge home run. Let's be fair. There was another.
Here's the stretch by our lead man. The pitch swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh. His 36th home run of the season. He now surpasses Mike Piazza for the most home runs by a major league catcher with 129 in his first 5 years in the big leagues. Holy smokes. Cal goes deep, Judge goes deep, and the Mariners have 2 runs in here in the top of the 8th inning. Holy moly. And it's now the Mariners trailing by 7, 10-3, and Cal Raleigh just continues to make history, folks.
Well, I like the stat there on Piazza, but also he passed Junior on the Mariners list of home runs before the All-Star break. He's only 3 more away from Barry Bonds.
Same. Yeah, I think old Rizzer and Aaron and Gary and all of them are trying to figure out kind of with each home run. Goldie told us this last week, right? Like, okay, I look over my notes, so if he hits another one, here's the next thing, and here's the next thing, and here's the next thing, and it's all been about the next thing because Cal continues to stay unbelievably hot.
Yeah, on pace for 64 still on the year, needs 12 more to tie Salvi Perez for the catcher record for the year. None of this before the All-Star break stuff. He needs 12 more to catch Salvi for the year. Pretty incredible for Cal Raleigh, who just is... Dude, he's just awesome. Here he was after the game, crediting others for his success.
There's a lot of people, obviously. The staff here has been really good to me, so working with them every day. The new hitting guys have been great. Justin Turner from last year, somebody who I learned a lot from. Obviously my dad, who has always been somewhat of my hitting coach, so it takes an army, so there's been a lot of people.
We hear that name a lot, Justin Turner, and what he did last year, not as the hitting coach, but almost as a de facto hitting coach once he got here.
Did you appreciate the Yes Network zooming in on his glutes?
I don't know that I got that.
Oh, you didn't see that go kind of viral?
No.
Afterwards? Yeah, a lot of focus on the dumper.
On the dumper. I mean, it makes sense.
On the dumper.
Who can blame them?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yesterday was D tackles, Brock. Today, edge rushers. ESPN's top 10 list. How many Seahawks on there? That's a goose egg. Yeah, none of the 21 players who got mentioned play here in Seattle. Top 10 was Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and then Jared Verse.
Nick Anderson, Will Anderson. Will Anderson.
For whatever reason, I thought I read Nick. Maybe it was Will. Did I read that wrong?
Nick was a good shooting guard.
I know. Why did I feel like I read... Because I thought as I read it, like, that doesn't seem right. It must have said Will, and I'm just,
That's okay.
dumb.
No. I don't like to pick on
It does say Will. I don't know why. In my mind, it said Nick. It says Will.
Totally get it.
Maybe they made a mistake, and then later
Greg
it was...
Spire every time. I mean, I still say Greg Spire.
Nice work on that. Anyway, Will Anderson.
Not an honorable mention for Uchenna. I bet Demo was on that list some years ago, DeMarcus Lawrence. Now he's a little more of a one-trick pony. And, yeah, man, this is Boye and Derek Hall, and this is some of your guys that got to do that proverbial good to great. Got to find themselves. Probably not in the top 10 ever, but can you be receiving votes? Can you be honorable mention?
Be in that category, because then the Jared Verse one doesn't hurt so much.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's the one on this list where you read it, you're like, darn, you could have had Jared Verse. That was a choice the Seahawks made, and they went in a different direction, which, again, I'm not going to sit here and kill them because they didn't get one good player. I mean, that happens all the time. It just means the players you did get need to perform up to that level. It's okay to not have Jared Verse, but you need Boye or Derek Hall or even Byron Murphy, who they chose ahead of him, to kind of reach that level. So, all right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I thought you would like these two texts back to back. The first says, I just love when Brock starts singing. Real genuine dude. Glad he represents the Pacific Northwest sports community. Literally seconds later.
Yep.
We're all grumpy because you're back on the radio this week, Mike. It's always nice when you're gone. So thank you. That's so nice. I love the way you treat us both here on this radio show. It really makes me feel good about myself, about my life, really about everything. Thank you, 509. What a surprise. That's where it came from. Okay. Coming up next, we will go around the NFL. Who dares call a superstar fat? Well, you'll have to hear it next on Brock and Salk.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Good news from our family-owned business here, local to Western Washington. You know I'm talking about Riverside Roofing, because they've once again earned that prestigious GAF Master Elite President's Club status. So, yeah, they are now in the 99.9th percentile of all roofers in the nation. That's cream of the crop, right? Proudly from Marysville, serving homeowners all over Western Washington. They are the roofing company that you can trust. So that's good news for all of us here, right? Homeowners, it means you're hiring the best of the best, a company that gets high marks in performance, reliability, and service as well. And they'll make sure your yard and driveway are totally clean from any debris after the job is finished. They have this catch-all system, which will do that. Highly reviewed, highly recommended. Riverside Roofing has an elite warranty, and they are your local roofing contractor. Book them for your summer project and get it done fast. RiversideRoofingLLC.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Crank up the hits and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark.
Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears the ball.
Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal? Sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd. And the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st.
Goodbye, baseball. He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Salk taking shots at the 509. When they're right, no less. What a loser. Brock needs a new co-host. See, I told you, everyone's grumpy today, including the 360 there. Your audience doesn't like you because you say the dumbest stuff over and over and then disrespect them when they call you. God, I'm getting killed today. That's all right. At least I'm not saying, well, I guess I have said this before. So maybe I shouldn't get that upset about this.
Dad bod.
Huh?
Dad
I know.
bod.
I was thinking about this. Is this any worse than things we've said? Yeah, I think it is. But more will play for you here
once you listen to
as
it.
we go around the NFL.
But as we're talking about how angry people are today, maybe this is a good time to remind people to leave their Here's the Things for tomorrow.
Yes.
It'll be especially brutal.
Laura.
It's a really good point. Yeah, maybe it'll just be a kill shot session tomorrow at 8
Leave
o'clock.
us a voice memo venting your frustrations.
You got to download the app and use that. Maura, take us around the NFL, please.
Okay, yeah. What you were referencing is this clip from a Kansas City podcaster named Kevin Keitzman. Keitzman, sorry. He was already fired from his radio gig there after comments he made about Andy Reid, so now he has this podcast. And he drew the ire of Patrick Mahomes' personal trainer for calling the quarterback fat. I'll let you take a listen.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it.
Wow.
That's quite a take.
Wow.
Brock, you're the body image guy, so you'll get the first shot at this one.
I mean, was it fat like F-A-T
No.
or P-H-A-T?
No, did you see the picture that he's referencing?
No. Should I?
I mean, I think it's worth it.
You know what? Let me. Okay,
It's
I'm gonna
worth
put my
seeing
Ebenezer
the
song.
picture.
He doesn't have a six-pack, but he never has. An
I know.
embarrassment? He's the best quarterback in the league.
It's an embarrassment.
Well, so while you look that up, Brock, Patrick Mahomes' personal trainer, Bobby Stroop, decided to engage with, I mean, obviously this is trolling. I don't know why you would even engage with this guy, but he's since deleted these tweets, but he posted, "Send me your location. You obviously need attention. If you want to see what in shape is, go make it through a practice at training camp or run hurry-up offense scrambling back-to-back plays. You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look, it's performance." And then he said, "Also, research quarterbacks and pitchers in the Hall of Fame with six-packs. Tell me what percentage of them played well that way."
True that. No, he's on the higher body fat side.
There's no doubt.
He is. But also tell me how many games he's missed other than like his dislocated kneecap and his ankle that he's been able to play through with high ankle sprain. Like, is he a guy that's pulling his hamstring? No. Is he pulling his oblique? No.
Well, and if you
is
watched,
he popping a calf? No.
It was in the
Is he
first.
ever hurt? Right? Is he ever hurt with any muscular? That's
and I
always
think there's
my
a reason
judgment.
for
No.
that. If you watch that first quarterback documentary, I think
That's
instead
right.
of focusing on getting a six-pack, he focuses on a lot of pliability training, and it does seem like he's been bent in some crazy positions where you think he broke his ankle and somehow he comes out okay.
Patrick Mahomes is definitely a little chubby, but the idea of criticizing him for it and calling him an embarrassment doesn't make a lot of sense to me anyway, based on the amount of success he's had and everything Brock just said about his durability. He does everything you'd want him to do as a
If I
quarterback.
put you in those shorts, would you look that much different? I mean, you'd be hairier.
Much.
Much hairier.
Yeah, I'd be significantly hairier.
But you wouldn't look that much chubbier.
I would look a lot hairier. I think that's really the point.
Brock, what did Peyton look like with no shirt? He never
yeah,
struck me
he
as
was-
a six-pack guy.
No, but he was never heavy. He was always pretty. He always fought to kind of keep weight up, actually. He was kind of a
He's
on the
kind of
leaner-
thin,
he was
right?
So long
Yeah.
torsoed. Long torsoed, Mora. Long torsoed.
How about
Short
Kitna?
legs. Yeah, that's a little more Kitna-esque.
Mhm.
And you know what? John was never injured either. And you know what this dummy over here did? This dummy tried to have a six-pack for Miss Molly.
And how'd that
this
work out?
dummy tried to be really lean. And you know what this dummy was all the time? Hurt. Stupid.
So I will say, so this whole thing is dumb. It really is. But the trainer coming back and being like, well, let's see you do this. Like, well, he's a 60-year-old radio host. He's not supposed to be able to do that. Your guy's a quarterback. Everyone looks bad
Who was
here.
it? Was it Scoop Dog? Was it Scoop Dog that did the dad bod with Russell
Yeah,
Wilson?
Russell Wilson dad bod.
Because
Yeah.
there's been some pictures of Russ that look a little like that.
The thing is, Russ, here's the difference. Patrick Mahomes does everything he needs to running around. He's not a running quarterback, but he gets out of trouble and the weight doesn't seem to bother him and he plays every game. Russ was losing his speed as he gained weight. And so to me, and Russ needed his speed in order to be Russell Wilson. And as we've seen, he's not the same player now that he doesn't have it anymore. So to me, the Russell one was a lot more relevant than,
I mean, the biggest thing is
Patrick Mahomes.
yes. Patrick Mahomes' combine picture to that, not much different. Russell Wilson's
Right, he
combine
was
picture,
he was getting bigger. That's
Goodness
right.
gracious.
All right. Enough of whether or not Patrick Mahomes is fat. It's an embarrassment.
He's PHAT.
Well, I don't think Mahomes is losing any sleep over it. He seemed unbothered when he joined Kay Adams for an interview yesterday. He talked about getting closer with Tom Brady this offseason and some of the advice he's gotten from him.
I've actually talked to Tom a good amount this offseason, and it's cool that he wants to give me advice. You know, he didn't have to be like that. He's such a good dude, and I have so much respect for him, and I'll take any advice he gives me.
What does he say to you? What's the best
I gotta
advice?
keep the secrets, you know. But no, he always talks about being yourself. He thinks that, which I truly believe too, is that guys can spot when you're not authentic and you're not putting in the work. And that's something that he did every single day. That's why guys respected him so much. And that's all I'm going to do for the rest of my career. And I feel like I've done so far is I'm always myself. No matter if you like me or if you don't like me, you know that I'm giving everything I can to win the football games.
Yep.
Except he's not working on that six-pack.
He's authentically who he is.
It's true. He's not trying to fake the funk with a six-pack.
Never been
Gotta
a
be who I
six-pack
am.
guy.
I'm not a six-pack
guy
guy.
in Lubbock. Not a six-pack guy in Kansas City.
100%.
I'm authentically authentic.
I like it.
By the way, could an owner be talking to another player's quarterback?
Sure, no problem.
He can do whatever he wants.
Do whatever he
apparently.
wants. Yeah, he's Tom
I guess
Brady.
so. Uh-huh.
We heard from Kirk Cousins earlier this week in that quarterback Netflix series that he has his regrets about signing with Atlanta after they drafted Michael Penix. Well, Atlanta ESPN radio host David Dennis thinks the team should have their own set of regrets, and he wonders basically what Kirk Cousins is still doing there.
The Falcons should have nipped this in the bud from the beginning. They should have figured out a way as soon as the season ended to get Cousins out of there. Whether that's a buyout, whether that's whatever you can do. Cousins should not be in that locker room right now dealing with the pending situation. First of all, they shouldn't have signed Cousins in the first place. Like there was a reason that Minnesota was looking at, hey, we're only going to give this dude a year and see what he looks like. You don't sign this guy to the deal that he had, coming off the injury, coming off the fact that we don't know what he's going to look like. I mean, that was their first big mistake. Now, Penix seems to be like a good enough quarterback. but you're going to have the Kirk Cousins thing lingering over this. The Falcons should have a long time ago figured out how to get out of the Kirk Cousins business.
You disagree with any of that?
Not really.
I can't really either.
Not really. Now the challenge is, like, you don't know. The draft is so unpredictable, and you don't know how that was going to go. So, right, we talked about this yesterday, right? The what if. The what if Wednesday. Well, what if this would have transpired? Then what would you have been left with?
Yeah,
And you
all right,
don't want to
I'll
be
buy
left with
that.
no quarterback.
They did it. It ended up not working right for them, but okay, fine.
Yep.
What do you do now? Like, I will agree. There's not a lot of sense to still having Kirk Cousins on that roster. Do you think they're just waiting for training camp and hoping someone
think
goes
so.
down to deal him?
Yep.
Because it doesn't
I
make any
think so.
sense to have him there.
That's right. Now, Penix also has an injury history.
True.
Let's be clear about that. That was kind of, I think, one of the league's big concerns. You know, there's a litany of injuries there, and can that body endure and sustain?
Yes.
And how smart will they look?
But you've
if
got to
week
declare
8,
a
he
guy.
separates his shoulder.
You've
and
got to
got
declare
Kirk
a
Cousins.
guy. You have to. You
Well, they
need to have
declared,
one
so.
guy who is your quarterback.
Like Prima Nocta, they've declared.
Stop
Michael
it.
Penix.
You need to stop doing that. I'm serious. I've said it now a bunch of times. You have to stop talking about that on the radio. Not joking. It's not funny.
Don't touch me, bro.
You need to stop doing that. You really do.
It's you every time.
Well,
I could say many other things worse, and it wouldn't get you, but that one gets you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty bad. You shouldn't say it, Brock.
Fine, I won't. I
All
won't,
right.
Maura.
Adam Schefter says the Steelers
Maura, I
and T.J.
won't.
Watt have not been able to make any progress on a deal, but they remain determined to keep him.
Well, they're far apart right now, and there have been other teams that have mulled the idea that maybe they would approach the Pittsburgh Steelers about a trade. Now, the Steelers have zero intention of trading him, but something has to give. You can't have it both ways. You can't say we want to keep this guy that badly and then be far apart in a contract. So that's up to those two sides to figure out how to resolve that. Again, the Steelers' intention, desire, hope, want, wishes is to re-sign T.J. Watt, keep him at Pittsburgh, have him finish his career as a Pittsburgh Steeler. But T.J. Watt is still unhappy enough that he stayed away from mandatory minicamp, and we'll wait to see whether or not he decides to do the same thing for training camp here in the next couple of weeks.
That's a tough spot, man. He's making $20 million. The top guys are making $40 million.
Yeah.
He's on the final year of his contract. He wants a new deal. He's also up there in age. And he, too, has seen a body that's been beat up a little bit.
But was just named the number 2 pass rushing edge player here by ESPN. So whether or not you agree with that, the highest ranking he got from anybody was number 1. The lowest ranking he got was number 3. So, he is definitely viewed as one of the top rushing edges in this game. I'm going to look at this and say, all right, if I want Trey Hendrickson here in Seattle, that this is good news, right? That it starts to flood that market maybe a little bit more, and maybe there's an opportunity with 2 guys there for you to go out and get Trey Hendrickson.
Maybe. And if you're Pittsburgh, you've got to legitimately, unlike a guy that hasn't made his first contract, Salk, you got to legitimately be concerned. This guy could sit out. Like, this guy could legitimately sit out till week
I'm
number
sure
10.
once he finds out that Aaron Rodgers is there, he'll want to come in just to hang out with Rodgers.
Sure.
Such a good dude. Who wouldn't want to come in just to hang out with Aaron?
This
That'll
is that
work out.
old, right? That old debate in labor between the owners and the players. Like, the owners have a lot more zeros, and they will just they'll be able to outlast you. TJ's got a lot of zeros in his bank account, and he could, if he wants to, play legitimate hardball that very few other guys in the league are ever at a place that can do so. But
Right.
you think that reasonable minds would find a solution?
I'm sure they will. I mean, he's too good a player, and they're Pittsburgh, not Cincinnati. So, yes, I would assume it eventually works out. It worked out for Max Crosby. It'll work out for him. But I just
It's
hope
a big gap, man. 40 million,
I
20
know.
million is a big number.
But they're not the Bengals. They're the Steelers. I would assume they'll eventually figure this out.
They're acting a little more like the Bengals this offseason.
It's true. That's a fair point. It's really well said, Maura.
Did you hear, by the way, that Joe Burrow sound from the quarterback? Did you watch? Was that out yesterday, the Netflix QB? I think it came out. The episode 1 came out yesterday, correct?
Okay.
We played
I
some
think so,
teasers.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good. I think I'm going to... People that
I mean,
have
most
watched
people
a
are
bunch
stuck on the fact that he didn't end up getting that Batmobile that he talked about.
That's true.
Because his house got broken into, and he decided it wasn't a good idea to buy a $3 million Batmobile.
Probably not.
But that's the big takeaway I keep seeing from Joe Burrow on quarterback.
Imagine what Kevin Keesman would say about that.
All right, I think we have time for one more. Do you guys want to hear about what Clinton Yates says is the best offseason addition, who happens to be in the NFC West, or where Jaden Daniels ranks among NFC quarterbacks?
Yeah, NFC West.
All right.
Jaden Daniels.
We got Harry Douglas on where he thinks Jaden Daniels ranks among NFC quarterbacks. Wait, did you guys split? Oh.
Yes.
Well, I think he's the best quarterback in the NFC, period. You talk about a guy who rushed for over 850 yards and 6 touchdowns and only had, 23 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. This is a guy who, on 4th down, the Washington Commanders completed 87% or converted 87% of those fourth downs. They were 20 for 23. This is a guy who put a franchise and an organization on his back when they were at their lowest times and actually gave Washington Commander fans hope. So now when you look at 2025, Commander fans can walk around loud and proud and talk about their quarterback, talk about their organization.
I think he's right. I think he might be the best quarterback in the NFC.
You know what I can
Who's
say
better?
unequivocally? You know what I can say unequivocally? Without a shadow of a doubt and zero fear. There is not a quarterback, a scheme, and a plan that has been studied more by opposing defenses in the NFL than Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury in their RPO game. Not a scheme. And we talked about this in the past with RG3. We talked about it with Russell Wilson. We talked about it with these guys that popped and okay, now what is the adjustment going to be? What can you do then against all of that RPO? Because I don't think anybody ran more RPO than them. And he could run. He could flat out run. Closest thing to Lamar.
Right.
And by the way, his judgment in those things too.
It's tremendous. And he's an accurate thrower of the football.
That's right.
I'm going to Vegas in 2 weeks. I'm throwing money on Washington.
Are you really?
I think so. I think they're a Super Bowl kind of team.
Huh.
I think he's maybe not to win, but to go. I agree. I think he is the best quarterback in the NFC. And there's a couple other guys who are going to be in that conversation as well.
Stafford and Goff have been super productive guys.
Yeah,
Obviously, in his own division, you've got
Jalen Hurts,
got
but
a different little skill set.
I think he's better. I think he's really, really good. All right, that's a quick trip, actually an extended trip around the NFL. But let's talk a little more football. We'll do some Blue 88.
Oh.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock. Bill Barnwell, who I know you often quote and cite. I know you like Bill. He did some analysis of the Seahawks skill position players yesterday. What'd you think?
He ranked every team in the league's skill position guys.
Yeah, they're
Receivers,
weaponry, right?
Running backs, yep, all of the eligible talent offensively, save for quarterback, and ranked all of them. And yeah, Bill does his homework, man. Bill does his, he's not just a PFF guy. He's got his own numbers, his own stats, his own projections. What I'm having a hard time here is 2 years ago, he had the Seahawks the 4th best 2 years ago. Last year, Salky, they were the 8th best in the league. This year, they fall to 19, which, okay, on the surface, you lose DK and Tyler, right? You bring back your running backs. You add a dynamic tight end to your tight end group. Nothing you really lost there. So we're just really talking receivers. And here's the hard part of the analysis that I don't really understand. And Bill says it himself, right, within the first paragraph. A significant overhaul means the Seahawks drop in these rankings. Even while acknowledging that DK Metcalf's 2020 was an outlier, and Tyler Lockett's decline has become apparent, they may have downgraded at both spots. Now, here's the thing. Where were the Tennessee Titans with Tyler Lockett? 32. Dead last as far as weaponry for Cam Ward. Where is DK and the Steelers? Did he elevate him? No, they were in the 20s as well, worse than you. So if you acknowledge that Tyler's declined, and I think our eyes all saw that as much as we love him, he's no longer a difference maker, and you acknowledge that maybe DK's 2020 season was an outlier with the rest of it, and he doesn't really elevate Pittsburgh into, then how do you drop 10 spots?
Well, because I think what he's saying is you probably shouldn't have been where you were last year either. That those guys had declined, especially last year, which is why you dropped from whatever it was, 8 to 8, whatever. and then the guys you brought in didn't improve it.
That helps me. Okay, that helps
according to
me
him. That's not my
Yes.
take. That's his take.
No, I think that helps me understand it. That 8 was obviously a little too high.
Right. I mean, that would be my guess. I don't know. I'm not Bill Barnwell, but that would be how I would assume he's saying it.
Yes, and that MVS and Cooper Kupp are just kind of role guys, and it's really going to require JSN to take another step up the ladder. And can he do that? Right? Can he just kind of lift the tide of everybody around him? Is that his skill set?
And it's another year, I guess, where you didn't get a tremendous amount from Ken Walker, who everyone had, each year feels like that ranking is maybe deteriorated a little bit. You didn't get anything really from Noah Fant, so that number kind of starts to drop. So that would be my assumption for why he says that. I don't care that much about it, to be honest with you. I'm much more concerned with the quarterback situation and the offensive line, but the weaponry doesn't really matter if you can't get it to them and you can't stay upright long enough.
And you can't run the ball
it.
first and foremost, and that is the impetus of this offense this season.
Question number 2. I'm curious the answer to this one. Who could be the Seahawks version of Cal Raleigh this year?
Yeah, I got 3 guys, so I spent some time on this, kind of looking at the entirety of the roster, and it is a difficult exercise because there's not an easy one that pops off the page. Defensively, it would be Boye Mafe. 3 sacks, 9 sacks, 6 sacks. Right, a guy that's been productive. A guy that had stretches, Salk, franchise records of number of weeks in a row with a sack. Right, just a couple years ago in that season of 9, has shown like some physical capabilities. But can you go from a 9-sack guy? Is Cal's gone from a 30 home run guy to a 50 home run guy? Can you go from a 9-sack guy to a 14-sack guy? I think he would be the one defensively that I would point to. Offensively, I think it's the guy that you just mentioned, K9. Right, he's had home run plays, he's had production, he's had nearly 1,000-yard seasons. Now, can you just do it every single week? Can you avoid, as Cal has been able to do this year, right, a lot of valleys? Can you avoid, as Cal has been able to do this year, a lot of strikeouts? Right? Can you bring up your yards per carry? Can you run in the darkness? Can you get those hard yards and not constantly look for the home run, but take a single, take a walk? Cal Raleigh right now, right, hitting 269 and an on base of pushing JP in the mid 380s, right? Can K9 do those things, right, consistently to take that next step forward in a contract year, Salk? I think you're going to get his absolute best shot at it.
All right, question number 3. Back to you, Dub. Jed Fish continuing to walk their talk. What does that mean?
Yep. Well, I said to you yesterday, he's gone from 6 wins to 7.5 wins and taken that step. He said very clearly to you and I when he took this job that they were going to work relentlessly to put together the best recruiting classes in the history of this school. Last year, they end up, Salk, in 2025 with the 25th ranking. And I think part of that you felt, Damon Williams and some of the guys you felt as young players make an impact. Well, in 2026, they've taken another step. And yesterday got the number 6 running back in America, the number 105 recruit in America, another 5-star recruit, their 6th 4-star recruit. 1 5-star, 6 4-star, and you know where they rank? Number 17 in America right now. So you go back. What do these rankings really mean? You know, and I've said to you, you're not going to be a top 5 or top 10. You're just not. You're not Ohio State. You're not Michigan. You're not going to spend 20, 30 million bucks. You're not going to do that. But can you be in the teens? And when you've been in the teens, what has it meant to the program? Rewind back to 2013. You know where they were? Number 17. Elijah Qualls and other guys who materialized into a 2016 national semifinal. How about that group that went to the national championship game 2 years ago? How about that group of Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, Roger Rosengarten? Where were they ranked in 2020? Number 18. So you were right in that wheelhouse, 17, 18, 15, and then it's upon development, upon coaching, upon your health, upon transfer portal to add to that group to get to places that have been some pretty high mountaintops for the program in the last decade.
All right, that is today's version of Blue 88 and wraps up about 25 minutes there of NFL football Seahawks related coverage. That'll probably do it for that today. A lot more baseball, though, to come. David Schoenfeld's going to join us, Brock, at 8:30. He's the guy who proposed this trade yesterday for Ronald Acuna and said that the Mariners have the horses to do it. You want to bring in a guy who's the MVP 2 years ago and try to change your fortunes? He's got a big-time proposal of 5 names that could get it done in his view. He'll join us at 8:30. but we'll discuss it next on Brock and Salk.
Jordan Schusterman, every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
How do you foresee this rotation shaping out before the All-Star break?
I certainly don't think that's the last we will see of Emerson Hancock this season. I will be interested to see if Logan Evans can make a push to replace him at some point, how they kind of go back and forth between both of those guys. I think from a workload standpoint, I have to imagine they want to be a little bit more careful with Evans.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, think windows manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest climate. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help you with your home's resale value. Very affordable with options like zero payments and zero interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The countdown is on.
14 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Want to play a little game with me, Brock? I got games. I know you liked my game so much yesterday. You made your own, and we'll do that at 9:30 this morning. A little.
Did you like that?
I did. I thought it was great. That's why we're going to do it. I'm excited about that. We'll do that at 9:30. So we've got a game to be played later, but I'll play a short game with you.
All right.
This is a real or fake game. Knowing how good you are at determining real and fake, whether things were actually written or not.
Oh.
I have 5 quotes for you.
And I won't even look. I'm looking at the poll numbers, 70,000 impressions on
Yep.
it. So a lot of people viewed it. 63% only yes. 63%. So 37% of our audience
says no to this.
Says no moss to Ronald Acuna Jr.
So the deal would be, according to David Schoenfield, who's going to join us at 8:30, Bryce Miller, Colt Emerson, Laz Montez, Harry Ford, Brandon Garcia for Ronald Acuna Jr.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Did you see Laz hit another laser?
Oh, yeah.
last night?
His 4th since showing up at AA. Yeah, he's looked really good.
Yep, he's the next David Ortiz.
Yes.
You don't just trade him.
You could. All right. Ronald Acuna Jr., though, was an all-star 2 years ago, is 27, is unbelievably talented. So, anyway, whether or not you like the deal or not, I do. I think that you have the opportunity to go do something like that. You take it. Your farm system is stacked. Why not take advantage of that? And you would control this guy for 3.5 years at reasonable money, which allows you to go do more. I think it's great. I think it's a really, really good deal. But if you're nervous about Acuna's injury history or whether or not he's going to be able to run the way he always has, I think those are very fair arguments. But I've got 4 or 5, Brock, quotes that are replies, and you can tell me whether these were real replies or not, whether I made them up. You ready? Mm-hmm. Sadly, you must first deduct about 25% of all of Acuna's projected offensive stats as a mandatory Mariner uniform curse / Safeco field tax.
That's totally real.
Then decide what value those new stats are worth in a trade.
Yeah, those are my people right there.
Yeah,
that's
real.
Very real.
That's very real.
That comes out of, I think, Granite Falls or Salk.
I don't know where, but I think the easy response is, don't you need to then also deduct it from the 5 guys you'd be trading?
Sure.
You can't have that one both ways.
Uh-huh.
I'd rather swap in Arroyo and keep Emerson.
Yeah, I think someone would say that. But the reason it's Emerson is because he's a top 20 prospect.
Right,
and
yeah.
it's going to take your best capital,
Yeah.
your number 1 guy, to get a guy with the cost control of Ronald Acuna.
Yeah, I'd rather trade Dom Canzone than Cal Raleigh, but, you know, if you want value back. Yeah, that was real too, Brock. You're right.
Okay, all right. You're making this too easy.
Why not trade for Luis Robert? Probably get him for less.
Because Luis Robert, I think, is hitting $190 again. I think he strikes out 38% of the time, and save for 1 year has been just kind of a mess. And he plays center field, so you're not really getting the value because you got the best center fielder in the game. So I'm gonna say again, that's real.
Yeah, that's real.
That feels real.
Yeah, that was real. That was
So
a
we're
real
3 for
one.
3?
I
All
should
right.
also note that it said Luis Roberts, but whatever. That one was also real.
Okay.
Can we honestly be okay with bringing a cheater like Bregman to Seattle? I get he's a solid player, but we boo him each time he's up to bat, and for good reason. not willing to put that aside. You can't bring an Astro to Seattle. I'm fully on board with the Acuna Jr. trade, though.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You think that one's real?
That's real.
Yeah, it is. That one's real also.
Buddies.
Yeah, that one's also real.
I almost thought about, by the way, taking Lyle. A comment from Lyle is my trash take today. We are going to do trash takes at the end of the show because I didn't think it was fair to trash Nelson Cruz in the same way as Bregman.
Why not?
I thought that was because one was a collective World Series, total sinister, everyone involved, cheating scandal throughout the team.
Stop.
And one is a individual performance enhancing, which a bunch of folks in that era.
It's
have been
generally
doing.
become more accepted.
Okay, but what's the difference? Like,
what's the difference? I just told you the difference. The collective, sinister team effort to cheat balls, strikes, know what's coming versus. And again, it's wrong, and he got suspended. And I'm not saying it's unlawful, but that is an individual choice to try to enhance your own individual game.
Well, then hate the Astros, but don't hate the individuals. Yeah, I don't know. That one doesn't work for me.
I'm sitting here saying I'm on board with both of them being Mariners. I love Nelson Cruz when he was here, and I would love Alex Bregman here. That's what I'm saying.
And I think everyone else would too, as soon as he was here.
Do you think in his first at bat, if Bregman was a Mariner at home, he'd get booed?
No. Absolutely not. Now, there's people who say they would.
What's sad is the first at bat, I actually think there's a shot.
That would be the dumbest thing of all time.
Be incredibly dumb.
That would be so dumb.
Be so dumb, but I think
there would be some that are thinking it, Lyle, and some that would like to do it, but I don't think they would do it.
Right.
And then I think the other side of it, like you, who would love him as a baseball guy, would be kind of
drowning them out.
Yes,
Dude, I would be so happy. That I just would love to have Alex Bregman on this team. I just love the way he plays the game. Yeah. So that was mine. One more. I'm pessimistic that ownership is willing to make a serious push. Last year, the starting rotation was better, and they didn't do much then. I don't know if a hot Cal alone is enough to convince them to do anything this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ownership will be doing backflips on this deal because it's the best team-friendly deal there is. Whoever his agent was, and Lyle and I would agree on this, that guy should have been fired, Acuna's agent, to ever sign a deal of this nature with and not bet on himself and everything else. So, no, I think ownership and management and administration and everybody would backflip for, $17 million a year for the next 3+ year of Ronald Acuna Jr.? You would do that in a heartbeat.
Also,
so 5 for 5.
Also, last year, they traded for Randy Arozarena and Justin Turner and Jimmy Garcia at the deadline. What do you mean?
And they gave $100 million to Cal Raleigh before this season.
Yeah, some of these things are really, those are all true. And that's why I think I kind of shrug my shoulders at a lot of the response of like, okay, but if those are your reasons for not dealing for a guy like Bregman or Acuna, I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I just don't understand that. Sitting here saying the Mariners don't want to win because they didn't make a push last year. They did. They didn't make a push at this offseason. Okay, fine. But saying they didn't make a push at last year's deadline, they might have had the best deadline of anybody last year.
Yeah, I think the 37%, I think there is some validity. I think I find myself a little bit in that vein of, and this is something you have said, Salk, that if anything, the Mariners, if you want to be critical, like maybe they pushed and hit the accelerator before fully rebuilding.
Yep.
Right? And if you're going to be in that 37%, maybe it's like, I believe that we got Gunnar Henderson. I believe that we have Yordan Alvarez. I believe that those guys are there, and they're not 4 years away. Right? If Laz keeps doing this over the course of the season, he's going to be in the big leagues next year. Colt, is probably another year plus away. Arroyo's not. Right? And we have seen, obviously, Cole Young is starting games and helping you win games. And Williamson is playing third. Like, you're there. That chasm that felt like your pitching was on one side and this massive abyss before all your positional players coming, like they're coming around the corner. And some of them maybe even next year to add to Williamson and Cole Young and to maybe have a little bit of patience if you've gone this far. That would be about the only argument, I think, for the 37% that I would stand on. But even then,
I don't know, man. That one doesn't really work for me, to be honest. The only possible reason for me would be, we just don't think this guy can maintain it. He's hurt. Like, we just don't think he's the player that he was before he got hurt. And if he can't run, the guy stole 70 bases to go with his 40 home runs in his MVP year. If he can't run, then he's not the same player that he was. Okay, fine. I I can live with that as your reasoning, but I'm sorry, I'm going to struggle a lot with
patience.
Yeah, patience. Like, no, you can't sit here and kill the organization and say, oh, they never want to win, and then say, well, but here's an opportunity to do it, to get a great player, and then be like, nah, I don't want to give anything up. Like, it hurts. It hurts to give stuff up. I get it. But if you want greatness, you kind of have to go do that. Yeah. Hey, Lyle, just because this came up on, and I know you've been really, really, you've been bothered by a lot of the defense of Laz Montez and sort of glorification of like, hey, this guy's a Hall of Famer already. And I'm with you to an extent. Like, I feel like people have built him up a little bit. But you were complaining about the strikeout rate that he's running. It's not that high. What I'm looking at it, like, yes, when he was
more swing and miss, not just a strikeout, right?
Okay, but I'm looking at the strikeout rate. Like this year, 23.5%, and since getting called up to AA, it was 27%. And I mean, those are not great. Don't get me wrong, but for a big slugger, those are terrible.
27.6% at high A at 20 years old. That doesn't really scream that it's coming down when you get to AA, to AAA, to the majors. It might, like, over time, but
it has come down for him over time. I mean, like when you look at like his overall numbers, it's at 32%, mostly because as a 17-year-old, he struck out a third of the time. But since then, I mean, like 25, 20. I mean, like it does start to drop. 19% his first season at A-ball or second season at A-ball. Like,
well, then when he got to Everett last year, it was 30%.
I know, but he got to Everett as a 19-year-old. Like, he's really young for that league. He's, what, 3 years young for the league?
I like Laz a lot. I hope he ends up being really good, but
I'm not saying there's nothing to be concerned about. I'm just saying that all the concerns I've heard about Laz, when – like, oh, he can't play the field. I don't know. I watched him in spring training. He looked like he was just fine. I watched him in Everett. When I was there, he looked just fine.
Have you seen his thighs on his knees?
I know, right, as Keith Law told us.
I think evaluators still think that his defensive upside is very limited. He is going to have to absolutely mash to be a prospect.
Yeah, but he is mashing, and those strikeout numbers, they're not great. I mean, obviously, like, if he were a shortstop, then I would say those numbers are horrendous. But for a guy who's going to DH?
If he, for the second half in AA, if that thing hovers around 20% strikeout range, you're not complaining.
Yeah, anything under 25, I think I'd be pretty happy.
That thing gets to 25, 27, 28.
But right now at 23, like...
Again, he's played like a couple weeks in AA. And again, I hope it stays down, but you're talking about, for example, Cole Young, 15% strikeout rate guy
Cole
at the
Young
highest.
is a contact hitter.
But he's striking out 22% of the time at the big leagues right now. And again, it's early, but you're talking about Laz striking out 28% of the time.
And if he were to get called up in the first couple of weeks, I would expect him to strike out 35% of the time. But ultimately, I don't know. Those numbers don't scare me as much. I'm not saying they're ideal. They don't terrify me the way you make them.
I want Laz to be great. Like, I just feel like I'm
Doesn't
now.
sound like you do.
I'm now being forced.
Few things
I'm being forced
anymore.
now by this fan base to be put in a position where I have to say these things because people are talking about him like he's Babe Ruth.
That is also fair. He's not Babe Ruth. But the numbers that you get, I don't know. I looked at the strikeout numbers. Not as bad. We got to take a break. We got to come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. Then we'll talk to David Schoenfeld. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
He's the southpaw from down under, Ryan Roland Smith with Wyman and Bob.
What was your reaction to Julio making the All-Star squad?
Julio going to the All-Star game is nothing but great. It's good for his confidence. I would say J.P. Crawford had a bigger case at shortstop than Julio did at center field to make the All-Star game. When you have a leadoff hitter with the on-base that he has, I thought J.P. had a bigger case.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The perfect night out this summer is under the stars at the drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films, cool cars, and unforgettable memories, all from the comfort of your own ride at the LeMay America's Car Museum Movie Nights. Bring the kids, pack snacks, and tune in for fun. The next showing is Transformers on July 27th. LeMay Drive-In Movies, where the big screen meets the open road. Space is limited, so reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event, going on right now through July 20th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, not a good one for the Mariners last night. Started out great. Logan Gilbert was tremendous until the rain delay. Came back, though, gave up 1, and then it got away from a little bit in the 6th.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, crushed, high, deep, right field. Canzone back, looking up. It is gone. Giancarlo Stanton, a 3-run home run, his 2nd homer of the season. And the Yankees now lead 4-0 over the Mariners.
Yeah, that was really all they would need. They ended up scoring 6 more to make it 10-0. Mariners get a couple back, but not a good one. Logan Gilbert afterwards said he tried to stay warm, but...
Throwing plyos in the wall and throwing in the cage, threw some pitches in there. So just trying to stay warm, and it's nothing. It's not really my job. My job is just to throw, not worry about how long it is or any of that stuff.
Walter. That's still Walter. I hear Walter. I know that's not the Logan that we talked to, Saul. That's Walter. There's really pretty ticked about how that all went down and started a road trip, and they're right in it, right? I mean, and actually they had a little bit more traffic through the early innings, just did not get that hit, and then ultimately, as you said, after the delay, was not the same Walter, and Yankees took advantage, and it 10-0, pretty embarrassing until, thankfully, some of your guys at the top of the lineup got it going, including Mr. Raleigh.
Get to that part in a moment. They got 2 more in the Bronx. Logan Evans today against rookie Cam Schlittler, who is making his major league debut. That game should get played, but we'll see what happens with the weather. Doesn't look great. Astros do lose last night as Josh Hader gives up a grand slam with 2 outs in the 10th to lose to Cleveland.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Cal Raleigh did go yard.
Here's the stretch by our lead man. The pitch swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh. His 36th home run of the season.
How about that? 36 now, breaks Ken Griffey Jr.'s Mariner record for home runs before the All-Star break. 3 more to tie Barry Bonds, Brock, as the all-time leader, home runs before the break.
I'm trying to think, maybe we'll do this tomorrow. I know that the afternoon boys do their What If Wednesday. I might have a few headlines for you as far as like what is legitimately the most shocking. The Brian Wu, every single outing, all 17 of them in 6+ innings.
Right.
If I were, like the hypotheticals, even before the season, if I were to have told you that Logan Gilbert had a 1.0 ERA going to the All-Star break, what if I told you that Cal Raleigh would have 36, 37,
well, I would have believed that. That's why I said he was the most intriguing Mariner. No, of course I wouldn't have believed it.
Julio would have 40 stolen bases before the All-Star break. I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody would have believed this. It is fairly shocking, and just huge props to him. Just incredible baseball that Cal Raleigh has played so far this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And we're going through these top 10 lists that ESPN has put out. They do this. This is the second year they've done it. Top 10 positional list across the NFL, and this is voted on by coaches and scouts and executives. Edge rushers today, not great for the Seahawks. None of the 21 players mentioned. The top 10 was Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Jared Verse. Remember a few years ago where I said I'd rather have Danielle Hunter than... Will Anderson. I wrote it as Nick. Sorry, dude. I don't have a pen. Every time I take a pen in here, people take it out again. I can't make any changes. I don't know where the damn pens go all the time. No, I'm just kidding. Will Anderson. Remember a few years ago when I said I'd rather have Danielle Hunter than DK Metcalf and everybody got really mad at me?
So mad.
I'd still rather have Danielle Hunter than DK Metcalf.
And the others receiving votes, all those names you get, those are superstars.
You want the
those
other
are
names?
20, 30, $40 million names. Can you kind of give me the guys that
I'll give you the rest of the list. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind. Brian Burns, Nick Benito, Jonathan Greenard, George Karloftis, and then also receiving votes, Josh Hines-Allen, Jacksonville, Khalil Mack, Rashawn Gary, Trevon Walker, Montez Sweat, Greg Russo, and Chop Robinson.
Yeah, you know what you hear there? Almost every single one of those guys are first-round guys. Couple exemptions. Benito was a second-rounder. I liked him. Karloftis is kind of a fit guy. But just about every other name that you just mentioned.
Yeah, that's where you draft guys like that.
Top-tier draft guys.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's where you get edge rushers.
Whoa, easy.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Jared Verse one is the one that kind of sticks in my craw because I really would have liked him here. This was Teron Armstead talking about guys that helped him make the decision to retire.
I ain't putting the helmet back on. Give me the top 3 guys' reasons why.
That's a good
that
question.
You ain't putting the helmet back on.
No lie. Okay. I'm going to say number 1, he was a rookie from the Rams. That young boy, Jared Verse, I'm cool. I'm good. I never got to see that man again. I'm all right with I'm okay with that. Never seeing that young man again in my life. Bull Rush different. Dog, it's different. You know that it's coming. You brace yourself. He's different. Jerry Verse is different. He will be a defensive player of the year one of these days. Mark my words.
Wow. That one just kind of hurts a little bit. But okay, fine. Like, again, you don't have to get all those things right. What you do need is for one of your guys to step up into that spot and be in the conversation with Jared.
That's you, Mr. Murphy. You got to step up and just be an absolute dog. Different job,
or Boye,
different
or
numbers.
Hall, or somebody. Somebody's got to step up into that.
You know who that was for me, by the way?
That's everything you need to know.
That was a few years after I had retired and doing some preseason Seahawk radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew I was retired. I was done. The league retired me. You're just beat up, old, can't play, yada, yada, yada. I remember like in maybe 06, 07, doing Seahawk preseason radio on the field in warm-ups, and Sean Merriman ran by me. And I'm like, yeah, never again. I mean, praise the Lord, I'm done.
We're done here.
Like that guy would have just, he just would have broke.
We're done here.
I mean, would have just broke my back.
We're all set.
Spinal.
I'm
just
good.
been done. Like his little knockout punch thing would have. I might have.
Did he do the Gravedigger thing? Wasn't that him?
No, I think he was when he did like. I thought he was the quick punch guy.
Maybe it was that. For some reason, I think of him doing like a Gravedigger thing. Maybe that was somebody else. I may be mixing that up. That wouldn't be a huge surprise. All right, Brock, we've been talking about this since yesterday, and David Schoenfield of ESPN putting out some prospective trades for big-name players like Paul Skeens, like Ronald Acuna Jr., who he thinks the Mariners have the package to go get. Let's talk to David Schoenfield and find out why next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith, is here with us. Aaron, are you running out of things to say about Cal Raleigh?
It is a really fun struggle to have to try to frame his season in the proper context and to try to really present, truly at this point, as you know, historical examples for how one-of-a-kind this season is becoming for Cal Raleigh.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, one day off from the good weather. It'll be back, I think, tomorrow. It's summer, right? So weekend trips, vacation, kids out of school, driving them around to camps. You're busy, right? I get it. Well, if you think you're too busy to start that diet, workout, or weight loss plan, you're not. Don't make that be another excuse. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic will make it super easy for you so you won't feel like you're adding on one more thing to what is already a really busy life. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it, lost 35 pounds. Ryan Rowland Smith lost 30. We heard from a listener recently who's down 42 and still has more to go. Thing works, man, and summer is the perfect time to do it. You'll have more energy. You won't feel hungry. Honestly, you'll feel full. It's crazy. Even while you're not eating as much, you will feel full because of the way it's designed. Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 local people here to deliver successful results. Why not be the next? Schedule your 15-minute consult with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic today by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team who could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
My favorite day, Brock, is creeping up here. We're getting very close to July 31st, and it's nice to see the trade deadline back on the right day again after a few years of kind of moving around. It is back to July 31st again this year, and the Mariners have been in the thick of a lot of these conversations. ESPN's David Schoenfield had a great piece yesterday, and he's kind enough to join us right now on video. If you're watching on YouTube or watching on the stream or the website, or wherever. David, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for the invite.
Well, it's good to have you on. Loved what you wrote and spent some time talking about it yesterday. It's funny, I had written the night before something about the idea of trying to go get Ronald Acuna because Joel Sherman put out, put this idea out a week or so ago. And my package was similar. Wasn't quite as in-depth as yours. I only had 3 of those guys. But I also had Bryce Miller. I also had Colt Emerson. And I might have also had Harry Ford. You added Laz Montez and Brandon Garcia. So obviously that's 5 for 1. Why do you think it's worth it?
Look, whether the Braves would even consider this, who knows? But, they're stumbling. They're having a bad year. They lack offensive depth. They lack pitching depth. So, as Joel Sherman threw out there, it's a possibility. You never know. But look, we all know what Ronald Acuna Jr. can do, former MVP winner. He came back from the knee surgery, and he's been crushing it. So he looks healthy, looks great. And look, the Mariners have 9 top 100 prospects on MLB's list. So they have as top a heavy and as good a farm system as any team in the majors. So if any team could swing a deal for an Acuna, it would be the Mariners. So we'll throw it out there. We had some fun. I saw your piece, so we're kind of on the same page.
Have you gotten any indication from anybody inside the ropes in baseball that Atlanta would be willing to pair with any of their young core?
No, we don't know. The Braves are with Alex Anthopoulos, their GM. He's notoriously tight-lipped. And it would take a lot of guts for a team to move a franchise icon. We just don't see these kinds of trades. Juan Soto, a couple years ago, that was a little different situation. The Nationals were terrible. They were rebuilding. The Braves, they're bad this year, but they haven't missed the playoffs since 2017. So they don't really want to tear things completely apart, right? And with a second half surge, who knows, they could get back into it. So again, odds are slim. Again, we're having fun, but you never know. It's baseball. Let's see some NBA style action here, right?
Well, I love that. I think that's the fun part of the deadline. The only challenge is then people get disappointed when these things don't happen. But whatever, that's part of the fun for me is going through some of the names and what it would take. What is your process when you put together a package of 5 guys for Ronald Acuna or a group for Paul Skeens? How do you try to come up with the right value for those guys?
Yeah, it's impossible because there's not a lot of history. Soto is the best comparison, but he only had, 2+ years of team control. Plus, he was making a lot more money than Acuna because he was going through the arbitration process. So his salaries were going to start ramping up to $25 million, $30 million. Acuna, he signed through 2028 at only $17 million per year. So his value is not only on the field, but that his salary, for as good as he is relatively low. So there's not a lot of history there. But you look at what Soto, the Nationals got 5 players. James Wood was the top prospect in that deal, and he's proven to be that one of the best players in baseball this year. The other 2 main guys were Mackenzie Gore and C.J. Abrams. They'd already reached the majors. They had been top prospects, had reached the majors, weren't really quite performing, but had a good pedigree. So you're getting 3 top-of-the-line players for Soto for 2+ years. So to me, Acuna is going to have to bring back more than that. So that's why you throw in a Colt Emerson. The Braves need a shortstop. You get a proven major leaguer in Bryce Miller, and then 2 other top prospects in Harry Ford and Montez. So that's how I kind of went about coming up with that.
In 23 days on August 1st, how many new Mariners will be on their 26-man roster?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay. The easiest thing, they'll add a reliever, that no doubt about that. Maybe a reliever, maybe 2. Will they get a bat? Realistically, not a lot of hitters out there. The teams who we know are going to trade, right? The Pirates, the A's, these teams don't, the Nationals, they don't have a lot of players to trade. So to your point about being disappointed, there's a good chance that, not only Mariners fans, but fans across the sport end up being disappointed because right now there's 21, 22 teams realistically in the playoff race. So there's a chance this deadline does end up a dud, but I'll say 3 new players. We'll say a couple relievers and some kind of hitter.
And they'd have to. I mean, you have to at least a Ryan O'Hearn. There's got to be someone out there that the Mariners could add. Arizona's been probably the conversation we've had the most, and they're still in it. So as of now, Mike Hazen says he's not selling. But as you're trying to figure out those, prospect hauls and who's worth what. How about Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez, 2 guys who only have 2 months left on their contracts?
Yeah, Arizona's the team that'll kind of make or break this deadline because they have so many players heading into free agency. You mentioned those 2. They got a couple pitchers and Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly. But yeah, boy, Suarez would look great, right? That's for sure. The trouble is, the Yankees need a third baseman. They're just moving Jazz Chisholm back to second base. There's a couple other teams that could use a third baseman. So Suarez, if Arizona does look to trade him, he's going to be a very hot commodity with, he's on the All-Star team this year, having a great year. But, boy, I'd like to see him hitting cleanup behind Cal Raleigh, wouldn't you guys?
Yes. I'd like to see them trade for both those guys. Like, to me, I would rather give up more and say, screw it, let's go for it. Put Josh Naylor at first, put Suarez at third, and now you got a legitimate kind of lineup that with this pitching staff could absolutely go challenge for a World Series in this American League. So why not go big? Go with both of those 2 guys.
Yeah, no, I agree. It makes sense because look, it's going to be a lot cheaper to acquire those 2 than a far-fetched idea to get Acuna. So you're not going to, get rid of your entire farm system in a blockbuster trade. You're going to give up a couple good pieces, but you're going to retain a lot of the depth. So I'm with you. That trading for both those guys makes perfect sense. And I'll throw this out there. As good as the Tigers have been this year, they're solid. They're very deep, but they're beatable. At least when Derek Struble doesn't pitch, they're beatable. So if there's ever a year to go all in, it's this year. There's not a powerhouse team in baseball. The Dodgers have their issues. Tigers don't have a number 2 starter in my book. Yankees are vulnerable. So, yeah, this year is the year to go all in.
How much have these second and third wild cards kind of devalued your farm system? Right? If this were 10, 15, 25 years ago where, there wasn't the bounty of wild cards and teams all in it.
Yep.
Were farm systems more valuable, these prospects more valuable in some ways than they are today?
It's a good question. I think in a way, yes, because the top salaries now just keep climbing and climbing. So the value of having good young players who aren't making relatively any money are so enormously valuable that front offices are reluctant to trade those guys. You don't want to do what the Mets did a few years ago when they traded Pete Crow Armstrong for 2 months of Javi Baez and they missed the playoffs. You make a trade like that, the prospect you give up turns into a star. It just crushes your organization. So that's why GMs, they're so conservative in baseball. I look at the NBA, like I mentioned, you see all this wheeling and dealing, and we wish we had that in baseball, but GMs just don't want to screw up, so that leads them to tend to want to keep all those prospects.
David Schoenfield, ESPN, joining us, and wearing a Shakey's Pizza T-shirt, I should mention.
Of course,
yes, because you started your career up here, right? Seattle Times?
Yeah, I'm from Seattle, so I think the last Shakey's closed, right, last year, so sad to say that was my childhood pizza joint in
right next to
Washington.
Blockbuster, right? Right next to Blockbusters. Usually,
you bet,
the 2 were typically paired
It wasn't
together.
the greatest pizza, to be honest.
That's probably why they had to close. All the Blockbusters went out, and they didn't know what to do. There was no steady stream of video rentals, people coming in looking for pizza at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
We talked about a few other names on this show over the last few days. The Braves again with Matt Olson, and then the possibility of the Red Sox with Alex Bregman. You see any chance that either of those 2 guys get dealt?
Yeah, I think Bregman is a possibility. All the Red Sox, they've won 5 out of 6 or something to kind of get back in the race. Bregman came out and said he would be willing to, discuss an extension. He has an opt-out after this year. It's hard to know what the Red Sox are thinking. They have Marcelo Meyer, who's a top prospect. He's a shortstop, but they have Trevor Story, so he's a solution at third, long term if they do want to trade Bregman. You don't usually see extensions in season, so I would say there's probably 20-25% odds that they end up trading Bregman.
Well, and it's a crazy thing because I love Bregman. I think he's a great player, and I think that attitude and the way he plays, I think that he has value even beyond his value on the field. And the sense from Mariner fans is such the opposite. There's so much pent up frustration and resentment from his time in Houston and the scandal. Do you sense that anywhere else, or is that just a Seattle thing?
Houston, no, they're hated everywhere. You go to, the Yankees, a fan, of course, they lost to Houston several times in the playoffs. They hate the Astros, but I'm with you. Bregman, it's a cliche, but this guy's a winning player. He loves to play baseball. He has power, good defense, draws some walks. The age is a little concerned, but he was crushing it with the Red Sox. He's, his swing is tailor-made for Fenway, dead pull hitter. So I don't know if the numbers would translate to Seattle, but he's a winning player. Any team in baseball would love to have that guy.
Are you done on the trade thing, Salk? Can we turn our attention to a couple other things? When you were eating your thin Shakey's crust pizza, watching Ken Griffey Jr. back in the day do what he used to do in that Kingdome, is Cal Raleigh finally giving you those same kind of vibes here in Seattle?
Man, I was watching the game last night, and for some reason I kept it on here at midnight in the 8th inning to see him hit another one. And yeah, as a baseball, I grew up a Mariners fan, so I still, root for them. But just as a baseball fan, this is so exciting. We've seen it from Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani the last couple of years, and we expect it from those two guys. But Cal Raleigh, this is one of the most phenomenal seasons in MLB history. It's incredible what he's doing as a catcher. He's going to hit 50 plus, 60. I know he's on pace for 60. That just seems unfathomable, but it's just so fun to watch. We saw it with Griffey all those years, and we've seen Edgar Martinez at his best. When a hitter gets locked in like this, it's just so much fun to watch.
So how is it happening? I mean, we look through the guys that have gotten to this level. We know how Bonds and McGuire and Sosa all of a sudden started hitting a lot more home runs. Junior was always expected to hit those kinds of home runs as a phenom and the number one pick in the draft, et cetera. This is almost maybe a little more like Salvi Perez, who started to do it a little bit later in his career. How does it click all of a sudden at 27, 28, and you start being on pace for 60-plus home runs?
Yeah, I looked into all his metrics a couple weeks ago, and you guys might know more about what he has, said publicly. I didn't find a whole lot of, changes in his swing or his approach. Nothing, he's hitting better from the right side, right? Well, that was always his weak side. He's crushing lefties this year. So maybe he made some tweaks from that side. I don't know. But the only thing I really noticed was when pitchers are making a mistake, middle of the zone, he is not missing it. I mean, anything in the middle of the plate is over the fence. His slugging percentage on those pitches was incredible. I'm like twice as high as last year. So he's just not missing anything. He just locked in.
It's funny. One of the guys that he mentions a lot is Justin Turner, who was here for just a couple months at the end of last year. And I've heard Cal mention him now a couple of times as a big influence on him and helped him kind of see the game differently. I am always struck, as much as I love the projection stuff and like what Dan Szymborski does, I think that stuff is awesome.
Yeah.
But there's no way to account for this guy met Justin Turner, got to work with him every day, and he taught him something that all of a sudden makes it click. Or he's a switch-hitting catcher who's had a million other things to do in his career, and he finally had time to focus on his right-handed swing.
Or a little mass in your barrel and a torpedo bat.
Well, that's the other one, too, the torpedo bat, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and, catchers, you have to research this to know if it's true, but catchers tend to develop sometimes a little later as hitter. But yeah, the Justin Turner thing is interesting because he meant so much to the Dodgers for all those years. And he, 10, 11 years ago, he was kind of one of the first hitters who's like, I got to focus on my launch angle. He was a singles hitting infielder, and he became one of the better hitters in the game by focusing on his launch angle, swinging hard every time. Now, Turner's a good contact hitter, but swing hard with 2 strikes. Don't worry about just, quote unquote, putting the ball in play. A lot of fans don't like that style, but it's working for Cal Raleigh. And yeah, I'm not surprised to hear Turner was a big influence there.
If you were to survey 100 Mariners fans before this season, Salk, and if you were to survey 100 National Baseball fans before this season and say a Seattle Mariner is going to hit 36 home runs and surpass Ken Griffey Jr. before the All-Star break, I think 100 out of 100 locally and nationally would have said, wow, Julio Rodriguez has taken that step. Julio's taken that step. Now he gets to his 3rd All-Star game, which is a huge accomplishment for what he's done defensively. But just curious what your eyes have seen of one Julio Rodriguez from afar.
Oh, man. How much time do we got here?
You have got, before a hard out, you got 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah. I know it's frustrating, and I watch him and look at the numbers, and you're trying to figure out what's going on, because you look, I love baseball history. I study the history. And when a player who's as good as he was at 21 and 22, you kind of just assume, hey, he's going to get better. Like Griffey. Griffey really didn't start tapping into his power until age 23, 24. So we kind of expected at the minimum he's going to hit 30 every year, and it hasn't happened. So what's going on? We all know the pitch recognition, it's not great. The chase rate hasn't improved. He's still swinging at too many balls out of the zone. That's easy to see visually. He knows what's going on. The hitting coaches know.
No.
Hitting coaches know what's going on,
Yeah.
Salk.
I
know what's going on.
We just erased David Schoenfield right in the middle
And
of
I
that
had nothing
answer.
to do with it, okay, Goldie? I had nothing to do with this again.
Seems like he asked how long we had. Who knew that his connection only had 45 seconds left in it when he asked? Well, I don't know. We're nearly done with the segment, so we'll let David go and maybe send him a text more and just say thank you for it, because I think that was awesome.
Can I give you one other name, by the way? And I know you want to come back to the Acuna stuff. Do you want to know who absolutely mirrors Julio Rodriguez? Who was the National League Rookie of the Year to Julio's American League
I know
Rookie
exactly
of the
who
Year?
you're talking about.
Did you see the graphic the other day?
No, but every time I look at what's his name in Atlanta, Michael Harris Jr.
It's unbelievable.
I think the same thing.
Their numbers,
it's
unbelievable.
Same story.
Same exact story. And the numbers almost parallel themselves remarkably. Like how have you?
And you think back about the two of them hitting those home runs in the same game when the Mariners played the Braves a couple of years ago. It was like a high water mark for both of them.
And they're dynamic, and they're twitchy, and they're athletic, and they can run, and
totally
they can
true.
do all of these
100%.
It really is a remarkable case study.
Yeah, and it just
there's no
unfortunate.
given in this game.
And it's not supposed to go that way. I agree with him. When you get the Juan Sotos, when you get the junior, when you get the guys who
Ronald
do
Acuna,
it at that age,
Vlad Guerrero Jr.
they just
about these
they
guys.
don't miss. They've already done it at such a young age that generally they don't miss. It is a really strange situation with Julio. There's no doubt. There was one other thing, or a couple of things in there he mentioned that I found very interesting. One is right there at the end about Cal Raleigh and swinging hard with 2 strikes. Because that does sort of go against a lot of what we heard of, sort of the approach that would be new, end of last year into this year. I'm curious. I was going to ask him a little bit more about it. Unfortunately, we had a little connection problem at the end, but maybe that's good for Cal, not for everybody else. I think part of what made the Dodgers successful for a little while is that everybody did that. That was the team approach, right? Chris Taylor, who was not like a big power threat, became one because of that approach. No, I'm going to swing hard every time. We're going to try to hit home runs. Maybe what the Mariners are trying to do is, hey, Cal gets to do that. Julio maybe got Randy. But, I don't need to see that from Ben Williamson and Cole Young and some of the others.
That's right.
Yeah, I think some of that makes sense. It's the guys in the middle that are the most, okay, sure, that makes sense with Cole Young as a rookie, Ben Williamson as a rookie.
Yeah.
What about the guys in the middle? That's where I think it gets a little interesting.
All right, well, what about then Dylan Moore? So he's like one for his life. He had the home run.
Yep.
He was 1 for 30 with 22 strikeouts in the month of June.
Right.
He had the home run, and that's kind of it here in the month of July. Like, what's up with that?
I don't know. I don't know. How the hell do I know? Why is Cooper Hummel good? Why is Taylor Trammell getting home runs? I don't know. Do you?
Yes.
Nobody knows.
No, but I'm going to say maybe in April. I mean, what was the approach in April? Was it 2 strikes and shorten up? Or, these are the things, too, that you just start to rabbit hole.
I can't imagine the things that were working for him in April he decided to stop doing.
Correct.
And then hey, that was working. I'm out. I'm done with that. I'm going to start doing something else. And then once it stops working, then saying, yeah, I'm going to stay with the thing that's not working rather than the thing that's
do I stay stubborn with that thing to get back to April and believe that's going to happen?
That's why I'm not a hitting coach.
What happened to Solano? Solano couldn't hit a thing in April and half of May. Right?
How about Polanco?
It is just the maddening part of this game.
That's why I said you got to have enough good play. You got to have a couple guys that are consistent, and then you got to have enough good guys that can, at times, get hot. And we've seen it with Randy. We've seen it with Polanco. We've seen it with JP. We've seen it even with Luke Raley or Donovan Solano. Enough guys who can get hot.
Yep.
And get enough. Dylan Moore was for a while, and then get enough of them hot at once.
It's like a good scramble. You need your ringer.
It's true.
You need
you got to have your one great player.
But then you know what you need?
Yeah.
One of the three of you got to do something on some hole.
Somebody's got to hit a drive now and again.
You've got to contribute. We can't be 9 holes, and I'm looking at you, boy howdy, and you've contributed 0.
Right.
And don't tell me you broke a bone in your wrist because you hit a root.
Poor Howdy had a hammock bone problem.
I need something. I need a putt. Can you drain a 30-foot putt?
Right. Could you have one good approach?
Can you do something in this scramble? Somebody to add to Cal Raleigh, the ringer? Somebody, please?
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on July 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. More than 400 tables, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, July 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new. And First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. The power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. 4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get your freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a man.
Don't work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, now we're left in our morning here together, Brock, with Lyle and Maura and Stephanie, who is training on the board again today.
Pretty
Shout out to
solid
Stephanie.
effort, by the way. Pretty good on the ones and twos.
Pretty impressed with Stephanie's rookie performance here. I hope that this guy tonight, Cam Schlittler, doesn't have the same kind of
Cam
debut. I've said it enough. Don't try to get
Schlittler?
me. Cam Schlittler.
Schlittler. Good luck, Dave Sims. Good luck on that.
That is the pride of Walpole, Mass. Brock went to Northeastern and is now going to. He's gonna pitch tonight for the Yankees, make his big debut. No, Stephanie's been great, and then contributing off the air. I'm thinking about trying to replace Lyle like tomorrow. Except,
by the way. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. No, it's okay.
I was just going to say I was so proud of my little scramble there, the cows, the ringer, and everything else. You know what else just struck me? And actually, Lyle agreed with me. And maybe that will be a perfect lead into our draft profile. I said, Stephanie, haven't you noticed? We're like 3 brothers. Salk's the oldest know-it-all. I'm the middle instigator, and Lyle is just the youngest.
Well, that part is for sure. The youngest by like a different generation. Thankfully, he's got some knowledge on the MLB draft, which will be Sunday, and he's got another profile for us right now.
All right. I'm changing up the music today.
Oh.
And there's a reason why. I don't expect you guys to know the song, which is totally fine, but the song's called Family Ties. And there's a theme of today with the song.
Great sitcom.
That's probably not the Family Ties song Brock and I would have gone with.
Yeah, were you aware that it was a TV show?
No.
You heard of Michael J. Fox?
Nope.
You never heard of Michael J. Fox?
No, but I've heard of Ethan Holliday.
Remember Meredith's boyfriend, Nick?
Hey.
Anyway.
What would we do, baby, without us? Sha-na-na-na.
Whatever that is. Anyway, Ethan Holliday, that's the theme of today. Family ties, maybe the most famous guy in this draft because he's the brother of Jackson. He's the son of Matt Holliday.
Oh, you've heard of Matt?
I have heard of Matt.
Just checking.
He may or may not have touched home plate back in 07.
Did you know that Matt Holliday has the biggest cone head I've ever seen? The top of that guy's head, Brock thinks his eyes are widely spaced. Matt Holliday, he looks like one of the cone heads from Saturday Night Live. It's unbelievable.
I thought he was good looking.
He is good looking, but he's also got a cone head.
If my eyes were on his head,
oh, that would be a weird looking cat.
It'd be like Baby Ruth.
He is good looking, more. I don't disagree with you on that. But he's got a cone head. The top of that head is way higher than the rest of it. Sorry, Lyle, go on.
Well, meanwhile, Ethan's got a flow. He's not bald. Oh, yeah, he's got a real flow.
Not yet.
And I got to tell you, are there going to be some concerns we get to in this profile? Yeah, but there is a lot that jumps out that there is to like. And I'd say the biggest thing that jumps out about him, effortless power. I mean, for a guy that's 18 years old, he is destroying baseballs. And he's got serious bat speed. When you talk about exit velos, 111 miles an hour off the bat as an 18-year-old hitting with wood bats, that jumps out. That's going to jump out because that leads to serious power. And people think at his best, if this all really clicks, there's 35 to 40 home runs in that bat. He's likely going to be a third baseman long-term. He probably grows out of the shortstop spot, but you think of the Mariners and the production they've had at the corner infield spots the last couple years, and you dream on a 35 to 40 potential home run corner infield bat, yeah, there's something to be said there. And I think his upside in terms of the bats in this draft may be as high as it gets. Now, what do the concerns become? His swing is very long, so that leads to some serious swing and miss, and there are serious concerns about the swing and miss he has in his game. Now, it's not to say it's going to hamper him forever, but it's a reason that
Can that be changed? I mean, can you work on a guy with that? He's only, what, 17?
Yeah, 18. It can be changed, for sure. But there is a reason he is not the slam dunk #1 pick. It's not locked in that the Nationals are going to take him at #1 because he can whiff. And the long swing has caused him to have some swing and miss.
How different is he from Jackson?
I'm glad you asked. So I was going to get to that. So to compare the two brothers per MLB Pipeline, on the 20 to 80 scale, where they grade out everybody's tools, Jackson, who is regarded as the higher prospect and regarded as the guy with, a little bit more advancement than where Ethan was at this stage, Jackson was graded back in 23, so about a few months after he was drafted, as 70 hit tool, so really high, 55 power, 60 run, 55 arm, 55 field. In other words, there's a reason Jackson Holliday was the #1 prospect in baseball.
Yeah.
Ethan's got a 50 hit tool, so that's a 20-point drop from where Jackson was at. 65 power, so a 10% uptick from where Jackson was at, and that is the thing that makes Ethan stand out, is that power. 50 run, so a drop off. 55 arm, about the same. 50 field, so a little bit of a drop off.
Which is why you move him to third instead of short.
Exactly.
So is he Laz Montez as a third baseman?
No.
No, I wouldn't quite say that.
I don't mean size-wise. I mean just like production-wise.
I almost look at it like this. I think if it all clicks for Ethan Holliday, a guy you could compare him to is somebody like Max Muncy. And I mean that in a very good way, because Max Muncy's had multiple top 10 MVP finishes. He's made a couple All-Star games, and his profile is a third baseman with power, draws a lot of walks, because Ethan Holliday actually has a very good approach, but strikes out.
Gino?
Yeah, I just thought about more the left-handed profile, right-handed thrower.
Okay, yeah.
So if it all clicks, you're talking about a 4.5 to 5 WAR third baseman, which is a really good player. If it doesn't, look, the floor is not that high. If
I might not have a problem with that here, to be honest with you. I know we were sort of talking about it yesterday, or 2 days ago with the kid from Oregon State who's got a little boomer bust to him also. And as I was thinking about it later, you kind of lucked into this #3 pick. You're not even really supposed to have it. Why not go boomer bust? And if it works out, great. You're never really supposed to have this anyway. It's it's a little gift from heaven.
So I'm glad you say that too.
Thank you. I'm glad I am too.
Well,
I did too.
I'm kind of with you
the
in the
gladness with older brother. Goodness gracious.
Kind of a kiss ass today.
I said this.
Yeah.
Well, right after I was fighting everybody an hour
I'll kill
ago,
him in a minute. Don't worry. I got something for him.
I like the idea too, and I'll get to the idea of taking the swing and going for the boomer bust even more so tomorrow, because there's a guy tomorrow I'm pretty excited to talk about. But yeah, I'm with you with this idea. If you're going to take a swing on a guy that has a chance to be an all-star, and sacrifice a little bit of floor for the potential of a ceiling, yeah, I get it. I wouldn't be mad if they pick Ethan Holliday.
You want a quick little one minute little personal story about Ethan Holliday?
Oh, yeah, because you've run into him.
I have.
In
I was
Stillwater, right?
Oklahoma, with Larry and Carol. Papa Bear. Oregon Duck pitcher back in the day in the 60s. Struck out Reggie Jackson with the Sun Devils. Claim to fame. And I said, Papa, you got to see Oklahoma State's baseball facility. You just got to see this. Titus got to see it on Macy's recruiting trip. It is unlike anything you've ever seen. So we're going around, and you know who pops into the batting cages? Stillwater High School with one Ethan Holliday. This kid walked in, and Papa literally said to me, "What is that?" He literally said, "I've never seen that." And it was like, "Oh yeah, that's Matt Holliday's son," and you know his brother was 1-1, and he started to watch him swing. He started to watch him throw and move because they took some. He's like, I've never seen anything like that.
Right.
He's like 6'3", 6'4". He's a what? He's a shortstop, third baseman. At that athleticism, like he was just blown away.
You weren't
just the size and athleticism.
Were you standing? Who was standing with me a few years ago down at spring training when Matt Holliday came by and he was with Jackson? You weren't there, I don't think. It might have been with Justin. It might have been the year that that we just did the Mike Salk show. It was just me and Justin down there, and we're talking to Jerry and Jackson Holliday walked by with Matt. And Jerry just sort of breaks from his conversation. It's like, oh, yeah, that guy's going to be pick 1-1.
Yep.
And we were like, that little guy? Like, he's tiny. And he's like, he's going to be 1-1 next year. Like, okay. So, yeah, pretty crazy. I would be into it. Lyle, good stuff. Music choice, interesting. I mean, you had a lot of options with Holliday.
Happy holiday.
Right.
Happy holiday. Happy
Could have gone with Andy
holiday.
Williams. We could have had some Madonna. I thought you did this. Or maybe the wedding singer version.
You a Madonna guy, Lyle? You ever into Madonna?
I think I've only seen her in one movie, to be honest with you.
Well, but it's a singer. You know she's a singer, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
I mean, like, I couldn't name any of her songs, but yeah.
Of course not. Why would you? Why?
Take control here.
Yeah, again, I'll stand by the song I picked. Again, it's called Family Ties. He's famous because he's...
You know who this is?
No?
Billie Holiday. Come on, man.
Do you think Ethan and Jackson know who he is?
I don't know. I would hope so.
So, this is not right.
Holiday in. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back with everything you need to know. Brock's got a game, and then Trash Takes. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This summer, the Mariners take over Atlanta with the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner. Ryan Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row. Julio Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the big dumper.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4 from the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you know what? I've had a couple injuries over the years. I may get a couple more injuries doing this high school football coaching, especially if I try to take on blocks and run 40s with the boys. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know that a lot of you on this Wednesday morning, you wake up painful joints from, well, anything in the itis family, arthritis, tendonitis, bursitis, and it affects you. It affects just how much you want to do things and get out and enjoy, especially this time of year in the Pacific Northwest where it's unbelievably beautiful. So if you find yourself in that spot, just in too much pain, it's affecting your quality of life, please give my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, over there at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine a phone call, 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. Tiffany will probably answer the phone, and she'll direct you to Dr. Daniel Nelson, who's been doing this for well over 30 years. So no matter what walks through the door, is it your hip? Is it your knee? Is it your back? Is it your shoulder? Is it just overall pain? He's got solutions for you, because many have jumped aboard lately, but not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion. This has been his heart for well over 30 years. So give him a call this morning, 425-823-4000, or visit him online at danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
The perfect night out this summer is under the stars at the drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films, cool cars, and unforgettable memories, all from the comfort of your own ride at the LeMay America's Car Museum Movie Nights. Bring the kids, pack snacks, and tune in for fun. The next showing is Transformers on July 27th. LeMay Drive-In Movies, where the big screen meets the open road. Space is limited, so reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we know last night when it wasn't great for the Mariners. It's funny because it started off just fine. Mariners looked really good to start that game, or at least Logan Gilbert did. He was dominating the Yankee lineup, which is obviously a whole lot better than what they had recently seen with the Pirates. You get to the rain delay, it's no score, back and forth, and then all of a sudden come back after a 20-minute delay. It wasn't a long delay, but it was a very different Logan Gilbert.
Here comes the 3-1 to Judge. Swung on, hit high, deep to right field. Back, looking up at the wall. Morlick makes a leap. It is gone. Aaron Judge.
Yeah, and that was actually even after Logan was out. He gave up the long home run to Stanton, and it was kind of off to the races from there for the Yankees. They put a 10 spot on you, and Mariners do come back with a couple of runs, but not nearly enough. Okay, fine. It's one game. Bounce back tonight, and it disappears very quickly. Logan Gilbert afterwards asked about what he did during those 20 minutes.
Throwing plyos in the wall and throwing in the cage, threw some pitches in there. So just trying to stay warm, and it's nothing. It's not really my job. My job is just to throw, not worry about how long it is or any of that stuff.
We played that now 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
What do you make of that comment?
Yeah,
I can't decide whether to make anything of it or not.
Yeah, I just think he's pissed. Just competitively.
Pissed at himself?
Oh, yeah.
Not
just,
pissed at the decision to be thrown back in.
I don't think so. Their guy went back out. It's a hot, muggy night.
Mm-hmm.
He did all that he could. It wasn't 30 minutes. I think he was just really disappointed that under the bright lights, chance to get this thing started right.
Kind of thinking about him, right? Like, hey, he's come back and pitched for the most part well, but not deep into games. And he probably has a chance to do that last night against a very good Yankee lineup. And then you get this delay, and then he comes back, and it just sort of unraveled from from there. And I'm sure there's just a level of frustration of like, God, I'm supposed to be the ace here. Like, this isn't supposed to be happening to me. I'm supposed to be the guy who can go 6-7 innings, and instead he's the one having some of those problems.
I'll continue with my thing. I've been on fire today. You ever been in a scramble?
Yes.
And you got a short par 5, and you're hot, your momentum is good, and you're like 6 under after 7, and here comes this par 5, and I got to wait for 20 minutes because these jackals in front all think they can get home in 2, and it's all backed up, and it's backed up, and it's backed up.
That's every scramble.
How frustrating that starts to get. Yeah, and then you're not playing as good afterwards. You kind of feel some of the same ticked offness.
Which is pretty good.
Thanks.
It doesn't happen at the home course, though. You should smooth sailing all the way through. They do have 2 more in the Bronx, Brock. Tonight, Logan Evans and Cam Schlittler, who's making his major league debut. We'll see if they can get the games in. Astros did lose in a wild one last night. Came back late. And then Josh Hader, of all people, gave up a grand slam to someone named Angel Martinez in the 10th inning. He had only hit 5 home runs this year. So 6.5 still the deficit in the West.
Here's the second thing you need to
Cal
know.
did hit home run also last night, which was great. So kind of where are we at these days in the Cal Raleigh Aaron Judge conversation? Well, we talked to Jeff Passan about it yesterday, and here's what he said about this series having any effect on the voting.
As a former MVP voter, I never really looked at individual series, particularly like series in July, as being some sort of thing that I took into account. So that's me. Maybe other voters are different. I just think it's cool that the 2 of them are going to be playing against each other, and we're going to see like the 2 powerhouses of the sport in 2025 go head to head, where their teams are in very similar positions actually.
I think that's probably the most relevant thing. I mean, the way it's sitting right now with the American League East and the way the Rays are playing, the Blue Jays are playing, the Yankees are playing, right now you're down 1-3 to them. So if you do get to a spot, a wild card down the road or whatever, you'd certainly like to find a way to win both of these next 2 in New York to even that up. But I did get a little chuckle just looking at the faces, looking at Aaron Judge's face when that ball sailed into the second deck in right field. He saw a little grin and maybe a little grimace when that ball came off his bat and Cal was watching it, and he rounded home, and probably a little like, hey man, not at you. You got it going. I got it going. And the 2 behemoths in the American League both doing their job.
But since we like playing home runs, this one was fun also. We've been talking a lot about Laz Montez this morning as a prospect for the Mariners. He's only been in Double-A for, 2 weeks now? He just hit his 4th home run last night.
He swings and crushes one. Deep right, Lazaro has his first home run at Dickey-Stevens Park. And we're tied at 1. That got out in a hurry off the bat at 111 miles per hour.
That's a pretty good shot. 111, no biggie.
Is Dickey-Stevens the home field in Arkansas?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, because he hit 3 on the road, and now he's hit 1 there. That's not an easy league nor park to hit in, and both he and Michael Arroyo have shown up there and not had any problem adjusting to life in AA.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You know who the top 10 edge rushers are, Brock? I've got them here, according to ESPN. No Seahawks on this list.
Say Nick Anderson
Miles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and Jared Verse. I found a pen, brought it in here. I'm sure it'll be gone by tomorrow. You know who I want? Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6 on this list. If you put the number 6 edge rusher in the league on the Seahawks, you don't think that would help a lot?
The number 6 defensive tackle in the league.
Yeah, that would be good.
With all the depth there that you have, yeah. Yep. You know, it'd be even better if Derek Hall or Boye Mafe actually popped into and around that top 10 list. That'd be even better for your team.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't have to spend $30 million and give up draft capital. That would be an even better solution.
It would be. We haven't seen it yet, but it would be. I agree. That's everything you need to know.
Probably hitting 36 home runs in a season.
Didn't either? No, that's fair.
90 games.
It's fair. I mean, it could absolutely happen. You never know.
Can you just say that out loud, by the way? Because
What?
we're going to play my little game, and then we're going to do trash takes. I got a pretty good trash take from kind of the poop master, actually. But just say it out loud. 36 home runs in 91 games.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
36 home runs in 91 games for Cal Raleigh.
For a
It
catcher.
is just for a catcher. It's just, you know, like, I hope we don't lose sight of that. I hope we don't just sit, because we're talking about it every day, we're watching every day, that you lose sight of what we are watching. Arguably the greatest level of achievement. Yes, Felix threw a perfect game, one of 20-something in the history of baseball. Yes, Felix won the Cy Young. Yes, Felix was phenomenal, won every 5 days in that year. But what Cal is doing has never been done in the history of this game at that position. And I just hope we don't lose sight of that.
Well,
on
I
a daily
mean, forget
basis.
about the position. I mean, like, you are getting real close here. I mean, 3 home runs in the next 5 games, not unheard of for Cal, who's, often hit 2 in a game. You're at Bond's pace.
And that dude was a roids
crazy.
alien. I mean, he was yes. Yeah, it's as I said, I just hope we, all of us collectively, don't get tired of just praising the accomplishment we're watching and taking it for granted, because it's unprecedented.
All right. Well, I plan not to, Brock. I plan
Thank
to
you.
continue
And I'll
to
remind
appreciate
you
it
daily not
Thank
to.
you. You know what? And I could use that. I can always use your reminders. Without them, sometimes I forget to appreciate what's going on in the
Great.
world. So
Thank
you. It's so good to have you
And
around.
by the way,
to help
here's
me
the
with
thing
that.
tomorrow at 8. Here's the thing. If you want to remind us too, you have an unprecedented way to do that each and every week on our app.
Wow, what a joy it is working together every day, getting a chance to bounce some of these ideas off each other. Lyle, as it turns out, does know who Michael J. Fox is. Details next.
Does Lyle have a trash take?
I don't know. Mora's still working on hers. I know that. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
How do you foresee this rotation shaping out before the All-Star break?
I certainly don't think that's the last we will see of Emerson Hancock this season. I will be interested to see if Logan Evans can make a push to replace him at some point, how they kind of go back and forth between both of those guys. I think from a workload standpoint, I have to imagine they want to be a little bit more careful with Evans.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury awaits. It is less than a month away now from the grand opening of the new hotel. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That means bookings are open by going to snocasino.com. Yeah, big expanded non-smoking gaming floor, destination spa, entertainment space, convention center, new food venues. It's going to be awesome. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. Oh, it's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at WOISeattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got trash takes. Oh, darn it, I forgot my hat. Lyle, can you grab my hat? I need my hat. I got to have my hat for trash takes. That's coming up in 15 minutes. I got distracted talking to Justin, who was in here, because I made it to Libby, Brock, on the way back from the wedding. I actually made it to Justin's hometown in Libby and drove through there and stopped and saw a couple things, and it was awesome. So, yeah, I got a sense of Libby, Kootenai Falls, and before getting to Sandpoint, Idaho. So
I thought maybe because you did a little family ties or holiday, little rank, I thought maybe that attracted him from the basement.
I think it did.
Yeah, like the Baby Ruth did for the guy in Goonies, like it attracts and brings him up.
Sloth?
Sloth.
Yeah.
Do you know there's a life-size sloth? You want just meaningless information?
Yeah, I think I do.
There's a life-size sloth at the Graduate Hotel in Eugene, Oregon. When you check in at the Graduate Hotel, yes, it is pretty creepy.
Did John Matuzak go there?
That is a good question.
Because he was a football player, right, for the Raiders?
I believe so. I don't think he was an Oregon Duck.
Ahmad
Rashad was, but
I don't know whether he was or not. I just know that he was. I know he played for. I'm 99% sure he played for the Raiders. And so maybe there's some history there. I'm sure Lyle
Don't
knows.
think so.
Check in with him on that. All right, Brock. Yesterday, I played a game. I created a little game which I called "Who Do You Trust." And today, you've taken it to a whole new level.
What do they say about imitation, Salk?
It's the sincerest form of flattery. All right, so day
That's all
two.
I did. I just imitated your game.
Of Who Do You Trust? Do you want me to ask the questions again, though?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, you did them
Here
so
we go.
well.
Who do you trust? Yesterday, baseball version. Today, it's a football version. Who do you trust? Hall or Maffei?
I trust Boye Mafe to take a step this year. And maybe I'm just been induced here by Cal Raleigh and all that he has done, but I just think in year 4, I do. I put some incentivization for these guys into play because that light of free agency is gotten brighter and brighter and brighter. This team has tens of millions of dollars of cap space. They're not so committed to just a couple guys that it eats up all the space and there's nothing really left. Like there's a pot at the end of the rainbow for K9, for Boye Mafe, for Charles Cross. And we know this organization likes to take care of their own.
Yeah.
They like to do that. It's part of their draft and developmental plan. So
I'd
like to trust.
I can't go there with you on this one. I'm going to go with Derek Hall. And look, first of all, I hope you're right, by the way, on all of that, because I like Boye personally, like him as a player. But I think it's sort of a fool me once, fool me twice situation. It's like each year kind of expecting him to take that big step. And last year I thought was going to be the year. And we always knew it would take him a little bit longer. He was a little raw. But it just unfortunately has not quite. I still think he's a good player, but to really take that step, hard for me to imagine it's still to come heading into year 4.
You like big knees, huh?
So I'll go with Derek Hall, who I thought took really, really big step last year. And if he can take another one, then yeah, you're starting to talk about a guy who's at least in that conversation, top 15, top 20, starting every game. And who would I trust? I trust him to take a leap. Who do I trust in right now, today, on a third down? Boye Mafe.
Who does Jaron Reed trust more?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one either.
Well, he had to get in Derek's face a couple times.
That's true. That's true.
Kind of had to remind him a few times.
Yeah.
So I kind of lean into that maybe a little bit as well. But.
All right, who do you trust, K9 or Charbonnet? Maura?
Why are you going to me first?
Why not? I'm just asking. I'm trying to, spread the wealth here. Who do you trust?
Did you see the picture? Did you see the picture going viral last night?
No.
Not only a bit dad bod Mahomes, you didn't see the picture going viral? That look at what the Seahawks O-line has done to K9. The picture of him his rookie year with hair. He looked young. And then his picture going into the season, shaved head, looking a little bit older, 3 years behind the scene. Yeah.
I still trust
Charbonnet or
Ken
Ken
Walker
Walker?
more if he can stay healthy.
It's a big if.
It is.
Unfortunately. Big if.
I'm just going to be straight up. For me, it's Charbonnet. It's not really all that close because of what this offense is. They need to run the ball, right? They're stating that's what they want to do. Well, then I think and we know that their weaponry on the outside is not A+. This team cannot be in 2nd and 9, 3rd and 8. They need to be in 2nd and 6, 3rd and 1, and I just trust Charbonnet. I trust him to be putting you in better situations over the course of a season.
I'm going to trust Charbonnet as well, and I'm going to lean a little bit into that and take it just a step further, Your Honor, because this system, we know this from the level of intellectual property that's being thrown at it. When you listen to Mike McDonald, you listen to Clint Kubiak talk, Salk, about all of the details, your aiming point and where your aiming point is, in your discipline and detail and the choreography that it takes of everybody to be on the same page, and it requires that running back. So today we installed the greatest play on earth, and that is the power play.
Of course.
Okay. Now, we've already installed inside zone and outside zone, and it will be part of our system as well. But, the precision, like you hit this gap, it is here to here to here, period, end of story. And when you're talking about the precision and the detail in this West Coast outside zone system, there's a lot of responsibility on that running back. And I think Charbonnet checks that box of discipline more often than K9 does.
What was the Gray Zabel thing about run power, RPO, run power over and over again? Is that what it was? What was the last part of it?
Yeah, RPO was
run power over and over. Because for some reason I thought it was run power always, but that doesn't make sense. There has to be a different O. But I remember there was a run power
often.
There you go. Run power often. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. All right, who do you trust, Darnold or Geno?
Salk?
Darnold. Neither. I don't really trust either of them all that much. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of faith right now in either of those two guys.
Push comes to shove, like just back against the wall right now. Who would give them the Seahawks a better shot to win in 2025?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who would I rather have right now on a late game drive where you need 7 points? Geno. I think that's pretty clear. Who would I rather have over the course of a season and everything that goes into the meaning of a quarterback and Mike McDonald and what he's trying to build here and all of that? I think I would say at that point I would go with Sam Darnold. But who do I trust? I guess I'd have to say Geno because I've seen it more with my own eyes.
Yeah, I think Geno is a more trustworthy passer. Save for the red zone interceptions that were so crippling a season
that is
ago.
You can't save for those.
I know, but early down passing, clutch moments, game-winning drives the last couple of years, just as a pure thrower, just as command of a football, like command of a baseball, I trust Geno more. But as far as everything that else, all the authenticity, all of the leadership, all of the steadiness, all of the things that go into, and we know this, of playing the position.
Yeah.
I know why they made the move that they made as well.
Who do you trust, Josh Jobe or Reek Woolen? I like how Brock has to think these are your questions.
I know but they're so hard. It's such a great game.
But
Somebody
these are
came
your
up with
questions.
this yesterday.
Well, this one's pretty easy. In pass protection, I trust Woolen to set
Pass
an edge.
protection?
Or in pass coverage, rather,
Pass
I trust
protection.
Woolen. Would you shut up? I would absolutely trust Woolen. But in run support, I'll trust Joe because Woolen don't want to stick his face in there.
In pass protection, we got very narrow shoulders.
God.
190
Would you?
pounds.
My
We get
God.
blown up the ball.
Stop
Better
it.
Leverage from Joe.
I'm done with you today.
Yes. I'm going to. Gosh.
How dare you criticize my words?
Job is a more trustworthy player, but his talent level is that of Ben Williamson versus Randy Arozarena.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the upside. So
The real question is, who do you trust, Job or Griffin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's going to be.
I'm going to say
very
Job.
competitive.
I think
battle.
I kind of liked what he brought last year, and I like some of the oomph he's got. Brock, who do you trust, Bradford or Haynes?
Haynes. I watched that rap video, so you should not have sent that to me.
I had a feeling that would not be good for your trust level there.
I did not need to
that
see
to all
that.
of us.
Yeah.
I just did not need to see that. Did not need to see.
Okay, so you're going Haynes there. Who do you trust, Olu or Sundell? I can't believe that's an actual question that's left my lips.
Why?
I just can't.
I trust Olu. I like Olu. He's gotten to know a couple friends of mine, so this is a little bit of a personal bias as well. And nothing against Sundell. I like.
He had those
Sundell
awesome,
as well.
were they wedding pics of him and his wife? Those were so great last year.
So beautiful.
I love those.
Speaking of which, how great a week.
Are you done?
What? I mean,
please stop.
How do we get to this point of the show?
Please
and I don't
stop.
even need to know. Three
Please stop.
Seahawks got engaged this week.
Okay, I thought you were going to go back to the Heward wedding again. People are done.
No. Even though we have 3 weeks of content, more diminished all of that. No. How about 3 different Seahawks
I
got
diminished
engaged?
it. You don't check the text line often enough. They were getting there was a little wedding exhaustion.
Oh, fine, whatever. Jake Bobo gets engaged. Sam Darnold gets engaged. And the linebacker, Drake, what's Drake's?
Drake London. Drake Mays. Drake the rapper.
Maybe not Drake. I don't know.
Drake's coffee cakes. I'm running out of Drakes here, buddy. I hate the Drake. Hate the Drake.
Yeah, you know what it feels like? A lot of the guys that go off, in the military, and before they go off, they get engaged. Like, hey, man, we're going off to training camp here in a week and a half, so we better get this thing done.
Drake
Kudos
at
to all
Mass,
3
where
of them.
Mora was born and raised. Drake at Mass.
Oh, great.
I was actually not born there.
All right. Well, raised briefly.
I'm ready for
Drake
trash
it.
takes. That's enough of my game.
Are you?
It's too hard. Yes.
It was too hard?
It is too hard.
You
It's
created
too
the game.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I tried. It's just too difficult.
Trust.
I think the problem is that I forgot to play all the Who Do You Trust drops
Well,
that we had.
Salk's game was a little easier because it's in season.
Right.
We're having to do a lot by feel. with
That's
the
true.
Seahawks right now. I do think Brock has a very good trash take this week.
He does?
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, let's...
I've noticed he's sending them from the same site week after week now because I think he knows he can trust that site.
Easy. It's only been 2 weeks.
Brock's figured out who to...
Maybe I was victorious in those 2 weeks. Maybe I've gone back to it.
So is it that you think it's a good site for trash takes, or is it that this way you know it's real and you haven't been fooled by NBA Centel again?
Yes and yes. Yes and yes and yes.
I don't trust those dire wolves, I'll tell you that much. Let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash. Trash takes. It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Trashmaster hat is out, Brock. It's on. I got the Trashmaster hat, so I'm ready to play Trashmaster once again, the king of trash takes.
Can I give you just a trash? Outside of my take, why is the WNBA on a Wednesday in July? Why are the Storm playing at 8 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, I had to triple check that.
Why are the Fever playing right now in the second quarter of a...
I don't know.
Apparently they have
Caitlin Clark
11
coming
a.m.
up.
East Coast games.
What are we doing? That's not my trash take, but what are we doing?
I mean, baseball does some of that.
9 in the morning, 11 in the morning? Caitlin Clark, you're playing on a Wednesday morning? In a dead period? Okay.
Trying something new. Trying something different.
I'm going to go second.
All right.
More Lyle, you guys go first.
Lyle, why don't you go first today?
All right. So...
Why are you so defiant? You haven't even started your take yet.
I said all right.
That's the way you said it. All right. Okay. Fine. That's the way you want to be. Sure.
So, I know these guys who do a really popular Toronto Blue Jays podcast, and they were not happy about George Springer not getting into the All-Star game, and they're pretty notorious for ripping off a lot of, tweets that are going to stir people up and emotionally tweeting and doing things of that sort.
Okay.
So,
and you don't approve of that.
They're Toronto.
You
hot
don't
takers.
approve of anybody acting emotionally on Twitter or anything like
I've
that.
never done that ever.
Okay, good. Well, as long as we understand each other.
That's probably why I like these guys. They're called Gate 14.
Gate 14.
They are actually really good. I like them a lot. But clearly he's not happy about, a couple of them are not happy about George Springer being snubbed out of the All-Star game, because yesterday he tweets, "Are there actual Seattle Mariners fans who think Julio Rodriguez is a good baseball player? Question mark. There's no shot, right? ... And that's the tweet.
That's not right. Come on.
Yeah, it's a trash take. Seems a little harsh. Yes, he's a good baseball player.
Right.
You don't have to be thrilled that as a Mariner fan or something that he's not hitting, but because you're mad that your guy didn't get into the All-Star game, it's like, not that you thought Springer deserved it more. It's, he's not a good baseball player.
Yeah, that's not
that
right.
Doesn't seem right.
That's trash.
No.
That's trash.
Yeah.
That's legit trash.
Yeah.
That's just a good, simple trash take.
Mm-hmm.
not over the top, might not win, but it's like a really, like that's a solid single. Like that's just a trash tank.
It's a solid single.
Yeah, it's just a trash tank.
It's like
Mine's a
vanilla
little bigger
ice.
swing.
It's like vanilla ice cream with sprinkles or something. It's like it's not over the top, but it's
It's always going to be good. Yeah, throw a little chocolate sauce on there or whatever. Yeah.
I'm going to take a little bigger swing here.
You like that magic shell, by the way?
I used to. And then you study the chemicals.
Yeah, you don't want to know too much about those.
No, you don't want to know about those.
All right, Brock, give me your trash tank.
Who was the NBA player that pooped his pants and needed to take a wheelchair off the court?
Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce. This is a pretty poo-poo take from Paul Pierce.
I was probably the best pure scorer ever in the history of the game. 'Cause I was pretty equipped.
Awesome.
When I think about it, I'm just saying, like,
Could you pull up from the elbow?
I need to be in this conversation.
Could you pull up from the elbow?
I got
Could you
all
knock
that.
down the three?
All that.
Could you back him
Three-point
down?
contest champ.
Could you turn around?
All of that. Post ups.
Could you dunk?
All of that. I was shoot, and I must have been one of the most equipped.
What a great line. All right, so I watched Paul Pierce up close. I was around that team as they went all the way to win a
What was
championship.
his nickname? The Truth?
The Truth.
And kudos to him.
You know who named him The Truth?
No.
Shaq.
Did he really?
He hit a game-winning three against the Lakers. Might have been in L.A. And Shaquille, at the end of the game, was interviewed and said, "My name's Shaquille O'Neal, and that guy's the bleeping truth." It was awesome.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Shaq's the best. And Paul
Just
Pierce.
give me the opening line, by the way. Just the opening line.
Very beginning.
This is Paul Pierce talking about himself in this debate.
I was probably the best pure scorer ever in the history of the game.
Absurd. I watched Paul very closely. He really was a great scorer.
Great scorer.
And when he would he got to the rim in a way that most people, like he would move almost in slow motion. He didn't beat you with quickness or power. It was like this weird combination where his body, the next thing you know, he was at the rim.
Yes.
He was a great scorer.
Great scorer.
He was not even close to the greatest scorer in the history of the game. That's awful. I love it, though.
Yes.
I do love me some Paul Pierce. When he and Antoine Walker were together, those two are nuts.
What did Antoine do? That weird
He did the
shimmy?
wiggle, the Antoine wiggle after. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I'm never doing that again.
Call it a shimmy.
The shimmy, yes, thank you. The shimmy, the wiggle. I think we call it the wiggle.
Poor man's bankrupt.
All right, Maura, what do you got? What'd you decide to go with?
I don't think I'm going to win this week. I had one that I decided was maybe a little.
Well, have some
too
confidence,
out there.
Maura. Come on now, have some confidence.
Okay, this is Jay Glazer on
Fake
Jim
it till you
Rome,
make
talking about what he said to Mike Tomlin about acquiring Aaron Rodgers.
Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith, I think because Arthur doesn't take any crap. And the two of those guys will work in unison together. I think their personalities are great. But Tomlin, I said, dude, the things that upset others about Aaron, you will get the biggest kick out of. Things don't bother Mike Tomlin. Every day is a happy day. And if he screws something up, he goes, my bad. That's about it. He just moves on from it. So I think those two will get a big kick out of each other.
Get a kick out of him trying to run the team and throw the teammates under the bus. That'll be fun for you.
Mhm.
Okay. Sure.
Well, Maura, I appreciate that you tried to throw a little Aaron Rodgers my way in hopes that it would win you trash takes. It was a shot in the dark. It was a bit of a Hail Mary for you. I know what you had been thinking about.
One this week, I know.
And I appreciate that, I know where you could have gone with trash takes, but for the good of the show, the station, our reputation, etc., you decided not to go down that
Someone
road.
had a trash take that was so distasteful, I decided I didn't even want to take it to air.
Yeah.
So have you noticed the trend? Once the weather warms, the sun comes out, the bathing suits, like the focus is just on trash takes. Nah, it's not there.
Have that kind of focus.
It's just not there.
That's
Paddle boards, river floats, hot tubs.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Maura just eye rolled you. She eye rolled you pretty good too. I think you probably deserve it, to be honest.
Maybe.
Maura, I'm sorry. That's a third place trash take this week, and you
I went
knew it.
tubing once on Sunday, and I haven't been able to focus since. Not someone who went to their daughter's wedding a week ago and hasn't been able to focus
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Easy. Don't take a shot at Mrs. Smith.
You know what, though?
since. That's not a shot at Haley. That's a shot
That
at you.
felt like
It's a shot at you.
Nah, it felt like it was a shot at my
No,
daughter.
it was a shot at you. I'm with Maura on this one. Not a lot of focus from you since the wedding. You're still got your head in the clouds. Yeah, I'm with Maura. Maura, you and I see that one the same way. Lyle, I appreciate the good, solid single. On another week where Brock screws up, you probably win because that's a terrible take. It's awful. No one in Seattle thinks Julio Rodriguez is a good baseball player. Stop it. Go. That's not right. George Springer's a really good baseball player. So is Julio Rodriguez. He's not having a great year with the bat, obviously, but he does other things really well. He's a good baseball player. That's silly. But it's not as silly as Paul Pierce calling himself the greatest pure shooter of all time, greatest pure scorer of all time.
I hear Paul one last night.
Yeah, that's an easy one, bro.
Can I get Paul one last night?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm too distracted. Hang on.
I was probably the best pure scorer ever in the history of the game.
So good. Can you imagine saying that? I mean, I guess I appreciate that Paul Pierce thinks that about himself. Like, I think, again, he's another guy. He's kind of built like that Patrick Mahomes thing where he's got some of that punch to him, and it worked for him. Like, it was never a problem. I mean, it's not like he wasn't in shape, but he wasn't going to beat you with quickness. He beat you with this, like, Paul Pierce, like, got to the rim like a worm. He'd sort of, like, worm his way to the rim, but he'd get there incredibly successfully, and he was a really good shooter. But come on. That's ridiculous.
You know,
now,
the greatest...
I don't know who is the greatest pure scorer in the history of the game. It's probably just Jordan, right?
Yeah, it's probably Michael Jordan.
Steph Curry'd be on the list, but it's so much with the shot.
Sure.
Jordan could do all of those things.
Yep.
Neek? Dominique was really good scorer. Olajuwon, Kareem. I mean, like, there's some other guys. All right. Good stuff. It's not Paul Pierce. I know that. I know it's not Paul Pierce.
I think I'll give these two a chance next week. I won't go to my normal site.
Okay, you're going to find a different site.
Yeah. Kind of feel like, you know, there's not enough rivalry anymore in trash takes, winning 3 in a row.
What is the site you've been
That's
using?
3 in a row.
What site do you use?
It's for more and I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Stay away from that. I don't need that information.
No.
425 says, I look forward to DK Metcalf punching Aaron Rodgers in the face. That's funny. Kobe. Yeah, Kobe's got to be on that list too, of course.
Yeah,
Vince Carter? Not going to win.
Paul Pierce better than Kobe. Better than Jordan.
Paul Pierce and Vince Carter are probably more on the same level.
Yeah.
Right? Like tier 2. Great. Unbelievable. Tier 2. All right, let's turn it over to Bump and Stacy. They're coming up next. We'll catch you guys at 6 a.m. tomorrow. We got Mariner tickets tomorrow for anyone who can give a great Cal Raleigh home run call. We'll remind you how we did this with Julio. We'll do it at 9:30 tomorrow. We'll see you guys at 6. The Hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with distance vision, maybe you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution like it was for me. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and I am seeing great now without glasses or readers. I can actually read restaurant menus. I can read the receipts when they show up. I can read texts on my phone. It's amazing. RLE is an absolute game changer. I'm so excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that's permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to ImmunoHeroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with an AL West showdown against the Astros July 18th to 20th. Don't miss your chance to catch Cal and the crew square off against their division rivals at T-Mobile Park. Then it's 3 straight Mariners value games versus the Brewers July 21st to 23rd. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners fell to the Yankees yesterday. Wasn't a great one, but good news. Cal Raleigh still made history with his 36th home run, the most for any Mariner before the All-Star break, breaking Ken Griffey Jr.'s record. Logan Evans on the mound today for Game 2, another 4:05 p.m. start in the Bronx.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It was bad Mariners loss, but you did see some history made going over what we saw in yesterday's game and our single biggest question about last night's loss from the Mariners. let's start with the history that was made. We'll start with some good stuff. That would obviously be Cal Raleigh's 36th home run of the season.
Here's the stretch by our lead man. The pitch, swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh. His 36th home run of the season. He now surpasses Mike Piazza for the most home runs by a major league catcher with 129 in his first 5 years in the big leagues.
That home run went approximately 912 feet. It's crazy. A lot of people don't realize that. No, it would have been a home run in 30 out of 30 ballparks, a no doubter. And it probably is not the way Cal Raleigh, in theory, would have loved to reach that milestone. You can't really celebrate or be too excited because you're just angry at what's happening with your team. It's pouring down rain. There's a delay. No one's especially happy with how the game has gone. You're getting blown out 10-2 at that point. Obviously, that home run knocks in 2 runs. But still, something worth celebrating, something worth noting before we get into our big question is the history that Cal Raleigh just made.
Is Cal ever really excited when he hits bombs? It's like he has that same face when he trots the base. He's so humble in his approach.
His emotional range is 1 to 4.
It really is. And but good for Cal, man. That's probably why he's been able to be so consistent, is because he's even killed, man. I jumped off the bat, exit velo of 107. Julio hit a couple balls hard as well. But no, good for Cal. I don't care when it happened, who it happened against, the situation. You are still a part of history. And it was important for me that I saw Cal and the Yankee fans saw Cal go yard and step up. Aaron went yard earlier in the game, and I'm hearing the MVP chants and all that stuff, and I'm like, simmer down. You got a candidate here as well. So to see Cal go out there and hit a bomb, don't care who it was against, when it happened, the circumstances, I was happy for him.
Can I say a tiny note
Yes.
about the MVP chants and about Cal and about Aaron before we keep it moving to our big question about this game, which revolves around pitching. Yesterday we spoke with our friend Dave Sims, now on the Yankees broadcast, obviously, and I think he was honest when he said, yeah, I got to be honest, I don't know how many Yankees fans see Cal as being truly on Aaron's heels in this MVP race. What Aaron Judge is doing, we've never seen before. Like, we are talking historic seasons, not just like breaking records for the franchise or breaking records for your position. In Cal's case, obviously, for a catcher is a huge deal. We're talking about doing things we haven't seen since some of the greatest names in the game. Sure, obviously. And I agreed. I was like, yeah, I think there are a lot of Yankees fans who didn't know who Cal Raleigh was prior to this season. However, for a fan base that seems very unbothered by Cal and not worried about Cal and looks at Aaron Judge as like this sure thing for MVP, and they can't be bothered with anyone who isn't a Yankee, a lot of jeering of Cal Raleigh, a lot of cheering MVP chants around Aaron Judge. You guys seem actually quite focused on Cal Raleigh and quite bothered by this MVP race. That, to me, is a major compliment to Cal Raleigh. If an opposing team is truly bothered by your player, you're doing something right.
It's like for them, it's a how dare you.
How dare you?
How dare you compete with Aaron Judge and the pinstripes and the Yankee organization, the greatness and which they possess. I think that's kind of thing. It's almost like when, in the early 2000s, before internet was popping the way it was, we would hear rumors about a young baller, say a basketball player, right? And you get his name and information. Then he comes to your house, and you didn't know anything about that kid before the week before, but now you're overrated. You know, it's just
exactly.
It's
you're
part
getting real
of
fired up.
Yeah, now you're like, who is this kid?
I gotta let him know I don't care about him. I Googled a lot about you.
Like, we don't know you. We don't care about you, but in actuality, you do, because you know that he's putting up a fight. When it's all said and done, if it were to end today, which is not going to end today, the season, Aaron Judge probably has that. But I think it's almost like they're thinking the audacity of a team from Seattle to have a catcher no one knows about to come over here and compete with our great number 99. And my whole life, I've taken that approach, that underdog approach, and I think that the Mariners have taken that approach as well, and they have to, because they ain't won nothing. They ain't been to the World Series. Only been to the playoffs 5 times in franchise history. That's just part of their DNA. So being the underdog is part of the Mariners' DNA, and being one of the storied franchises is part of the New York Yankees' DNA. So that's why you get that type of interaction.
A classic dichotomy in sports, and we always love rooting for an underdog, and I really, really hope that they get the win today. Before we get to any of that, though, one last thing I want to say about Cal, and then we'll keep it moving. You are right in that there are many, many fans who were just thinking, like, who's this guy once kind of Cal gets on the map this year. I have seen, though, and I will say this, way too many fans absolutely discounting who Cal was before this season.
Mm-hmm.
I did not see this season coming. Back in May,
Who
I
did?
said, and quote, you can't expect Cal to hit 60 home runs for you. You need more offense. I will probably be wrong. But, I mean,
You might be close.
You can find audio of me saying that because I did not see this season coming from Cal. I thought that there was no way he'd get like 10-plus home runs every single month. I thought it would be unfair to ask of him, frankly. That being said, Cal Raleigh, for the last several seasons, has been leading all catchers in home runs. And I wouldn't call a guy getting like 30-plus home runs a year a mediocre mid player. Certainly for catchers, not only was he a Platinum Glove winner, but again, leading in home runs, a drastically underrated player for the last several seasons. So again, this season is putting him on a map and setting records that we've never seen before. And I think it's unfair for this to be a standard for him moving forward.
It's not.
It's not going to be. But to think that Cal was this mid kind of like, who's this guy? Where'd he come from? No. This has been an upward trajectory every single year.
No, it's just it's the geography of the whole situation. I don't watch Yankees baseball. Not like that. I keep up with it. I don't watch the Red Sox like that. I keep up with it. But when you feel like you are the center of the universe, is which exactly what Yankees fans feel like they are, you're not going to pay attention to a team that starts playing at 10 o'clock at night when you're winding down and about to go to sleep. It's the same thing with all sports, with football, with basketball. Because the East Coast has so many hours in front of us, they don't pay attention. They kind of read the newspaper or now hop on the internet or social media and try to figure out what's going on in that situation. So in that sense, I understand it. But also, if you are a true baseball fan, which Yankees fans claim to be, you do your research and you realize that there is a catcher on the West Coast who's the best in the game right now, and he's putting up a fight when it comes to the MVP.
All right, let's get to our biggest question from last night's Mariners loss. We wanted to give a nod to Cal, a round of applause for something that we did love from this game. But, Bump, there's something kind of sticking with you after this one when it comes to Logan. What is it?
Logan, there's several things sticking to me.
Yeah.
It feels like we are reacting to what we've seen as of late from Logan. And when he started this year, right, he looked like the guy that we know and we loved. But when I looked at his numbers a little bit, something's a little off. Like his whiff rate is fine, K percentage is fine. There's movement in his pitches that are off a little bit, and he's relying on the slider a bit more than we're used to seeing. That's after talking to Ronald Smith. I had a conversation with him as well. So yeah, it's he seems just a little off, and also it's like, I forgot exactly where you wanted me to go with this. Are we talking delay right now? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So with the delay, he shouldn't have been back in that game. He shouldn't have been back in that game, and the reason why I say that is because it's almost like golf, okay? All my golfers out there, you hate my golf analogies. I don't care.
I'm so annoyed because I know you're going to have another one later.
I'm
annoyed knowing this is not the only golf
It's not over yet. Golf
show.
is what I do. All right, work, family, golf. That's what I do. It's like golf, man. If you ever been out, like say 4th of July, if you went out to a public course on 4th of July, typically a golf round is going to take you 4 to 5 hours. On 4th of July, it's going to take you 5.5 hours, maybe even 6, because everyone's out there. And what happens is you get out of your groove, right? I start the first hole. Maybe the first 2 holes are smooth. Boom, you finish each hole within 10 to 15 minutes. You're good to go. Then you get to the 3rd hole, and you're standing on the tee box, and you're waiting. And you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're practice swinging, trying to stay loose, but the tempo is all jacked up. Your rhythm is jacked up. So you get on the box, and boom, you snap hook that thing, or boom, you slice it to the right or to the left if you're a lefty. Your rhythm is all jacked up. I'm not making excuses for Logan, but that's the reality of the situation. He's sitting in there for an hour doing everything he can to stay loose and to stay in it, and his rhythm is all jacked up, right? And he's already thrown, 70 pitches or something like that into the game? It's just, I can relate to him in that sense. Obviously, I'm not an all-star pitcher. I'm not 6'4", throwing heaters and stuff like that.
Not yet.
Not yet, but it's still time to grow. Mm-hmm. But that's a real thing, and it frustrates me that people don't take that into account and think that he should just be able to hop on the mound and continue as he was.
Yes to your first point. Finished with 88 pitches total, so around 70 coming back in. Curious what you guys think, if you agree with Bump. 866-979-3776. Let's listen to a little bit of sound. Logan and Dan both asked about this after the game. Logan on how he stayed warm during the delay.
Throwing plyos in the wall and throwing in the cage, threw some pitches in there. So just trying to stay warm, and it's not really my job my job's just to throw, not worry about how long it is or any of that stuff.
And what was working for him in the first 4 innings when he was perfect?
Fastball was good early, getting ahead of some guys. Slider was in good spots pretty much up until the 5th or 6th there, and worked some curveballs in, so kind of had a good mix going.
Here's my question about Logan, and I understand that we don't really have the answer, but I'm just throwing it out there. Food for thought. I can't tell, and I mean this sincerely, whether the issue is, hey, Logan Gilbert had that long break. It throws you off. That's a real thing. Starting pitchers are very particular people, and there is real fair criticism about whether or not Dan should have put him back out there.
Right.
For the record, Aaron Boone did put his starter back out there for another inning as well.
For a little bit.
For a little bit. They both went out for about the same time. However, I have also had questions about Logan so far in his return from injury, maybe not being able to play later into games to look like the Logan that we've seen. You see flashes of it for maybe 3 innings, and then he just looks fatigued. He looks a little bit different.
Yeah.
He's still young and excellent, and it makes me wonder if it's injury arm related, just being thrown off with that, IL stint and then coming back. But I don't know if this is, hey, Dan, what are you doing? Or if this is, Logan just doesn't quite look like Logan anymore, regardless of the delay.
Well, here's what we do know about Logan. The deepest he's gone into a game is 5 innings this year.
That's crazy.
That's the deepest he's gone. Is that because of the pinch count? We're looking at last night, 88. Game before that, he went 4 and some change, 95 pitches. The games before that, 5 innings, 84 pitches, 5 innings, 90 pitches, 5, 84. It's taken him a bit longer to get out of some innings at times, so I'm sure that contributes to his fatigue or whatnot. And then when you just don't have your stuff, when you're not 100% confident in throwing your stuff, when the pitches aren't breaking the way that you're used to and the velocity isn't there, the numbers are down slightly in some categories when it comes to his velocity. Not much, like 1 or 2 miles per hour and whatnot, but, I say not much sitting in this studio, but when you're in the batter's box,
exactly.
it makes a big difference. So if there are some things that show that maybe he's not completely all the way there, whether that be mental or physical, you're not completely there. Like I said, I talked to Ryan Roland Smith, and he wants him to throw more heaters. Maybe he's not comfortable throwing the more heaters yet. There are some things that we just don't know that we have to assume. But when I look at his game log, and I see that he's not getting deep into these games like he used to last year against Houston. You go 6, you go 8 against St. Louis, you go 7 against the Mets, you go 7 against the Angels, you go 7 against the Padres, you go 8 against Miami. Like, he has that in him. So if we're not seeing that same type of production and we're not seeing him go deeper into these games, what is it? Is it the mental? Is it the physical? Is it management?
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that we can ask.
From the text line, we asked you guys to send in some of your thoughts on Logan, whether or not he should have been pulled, whether or not it's on pitching. Maybe it's just the Yankees' bats are good. Like, make no mistake, part of their slide, and Bump, you pointed this out too, was their pitching, not their bats cooling. 509, Bump, you're spot on. You don't listen to the pitcher who's coming off injury pretty recently. You give him the hook and you give the ball to the bullpen because that's a veteran manager move. 360 says, I think the meltdown's 70% on Logan not telling the manager that he can't get loose. It's just not there. It's 15% on Cal for not stepping up and saying, Logan, you can't do it right now, and the rest of it's on the manager. Sending them out itself isn't a mistake. Teams hit that long sometimes. Oh, just saying, like, sending him out itself isn't the biggest mistake. Someone said, I agree with Bump. We've now seen 3 occasions where the Mariners have come out completely flat after rain delay, looking like they didn't want to play that. Yeah, I think that might be common for a lot of teams, though. Like, a rain delay can really mess with your vibe, maybe especially if you're on the road.
Yeah.
A rain delay, you're
Just think about the
amenities.
amenities.
Exactly. You're waiting around for an hour in a locker or a clubhouse that isn't yours. You know what I mean? It's a field that isn't yours. I would, separate thing. This is an Alex Mayer type question about, like, performances and rain delays for road games. Nelson and Kent, quite frankly, I'm tired of the excuses for Logan. This has been an issue all year. He doesn't get that excuse. We have no idea if it was a rain delay. Logan has